of development finance for mini steel mills. Secondly, the abandonment of the competitive supplier development program by state-owned enterprises. Third, the impact of trade and pricing measures, such as the preferential pricing system and related policy instruments on downstream industries, affordable housing, inequality, and SMMEs. Fourth, the need to adequately balance upstream and downstream interests within the sector. And fifth, the appropriate balance between market forces, strategic state intervention, policy certainty, coordination, and public investment in reversing deindustrialization and supporting industrialization. The purpose of today's meeting, therefore, is for the DTIC and stakeholders to provide the committee with an update on developments within the sector, progress made in addressing the concerns previously raised, and any further proposals or interventions that should be considered to support industrial growth, competitiveness, transformation, and employment within the steel value chain. I hope, therefore, that the meeting will be able to achieve all, if not most of the objectives which we have set for it. Without further ado, I think we can then welcome DTIC to present on the status of the implementation of the Steel and Metal Fabrication Master Plan. You have 15 minutes, DG, to do that. And I know when you are wearing your hat, you are able to keep within time. Thank you. You may proceed, DG.
Good morning, Chair, members, and distinguished guests. Chair, I think in the interest of that time, I will not give a set of opening remarks. Suffice to say that we do have the team available to take us through the presentation led by Dr. Makube from the sectors branch. And in order to ensure that we have sufficient time to engage afterwards, I would request your kind permission that I hand over for that presentation, Chair, with your permission. Makube and team.
All right, thank you, DG. Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I will take you through the presentation, which covers on the work that we have been doing in implementing the master plan, challenges which we are encountering, and the strategic priorities which we are focusing on as the department. My apologies, seems like I can't, sorry. Sorry, Chair. Can you see the presentation, Chair?
No, not yet.
Okay, sorry. Let me try again. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, Chair, this is an outline of the presentation. I won't cover much on it. And also just to give an overview of the importance of the steel industry. in any economy, basically, but particularly in our country, that it is the backbone of industrialization. We have just tabled the industrial development strategy as a department, and the steel industry is one of the sectors that being prioritized because of the multipliers associated with the industry, both upstream and downstream, including the export earnings that we can generate as a country if we export some of the sectors highlighted in the presentation. Now, broadly, I think we have seen this slide is that in terms of the products being manufactured by the industry, you have the flat products as well as the long products. Under flats, you have cold plate, rebar, and some of the specialist products, and we highlighting where they are being produced in the country. Noting that Newcastle is under the plant owned by AMSA is under care and maintenance. And on the other side, we also produce the longs in the country, and we highlight the products and where the production is happening around the country. And our view is that we must deepen the production of those products and support the downstream industries. This slide indicates where the demand is coming from in terms of the steel or products, and also noting, Chair, that given the placing of the Newcastle plant, we have worked with the autos industry in terms of some of the requirements of steel products, and we have temporarily allowed for the importation of those products so that we don't jeopardize our program in the auto industry, where we also have the master plan. And as part of the outlook, it is important that we support the steel industry and limit our reliance on imports so that we can also increase the local content requirement, particularly in the auto industry, where we have seen that local content has gone down. But also the slide indicates where we can have opportunities, particularly in construction, where government has indicated that infrastructure development will lead growth. So it is important that most of the steel requirements in the sector are supplied by our manufacturers. So some of the challenges facing the steel industry, it's slow economic growth, high operational costs, particularly the electricity. We are attending to that with the Department of Electricity and Energy. The influx of cheap imports, we are dealing with ITEC. See, the commissioner is here, but we have been busy coming up with trade remedies which are aimed at dealing with cheap imports, but also protecting and supporting the industry. There's focus on the green industry, particularly the green steel. It is important that we respond to that, Chair, given the requirements for green steel globally, particularly in the EU and the UK. And we have seen that the usage of non-tariff measures to curtail the importation of steel in those regions. And we are engaging with our EU counterparts, and the colleagues are negotiating, particularly the quotas that the EU will implement as from next month. But there's also engagements on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the CBAM. Also on the green steel, we are working on the scrap metals policy. And as you know, the IDC is also investing or invested in some of the companies which are producing steel from scrap. Employment is also key for us, particularly if we are going to scale up investments. So there is a need to balance the issue of skills, and it's a challenge as some of the companies are closing down. But it's an area that we are working together with the Department of Employment and Labor. Then from a global perspective, as the slide indicates, there is excess supply of steel, and as compared to the demand, which is relatively flat, particularly in this country. So, and it's not surprising in the main that there are measures, particularly in big economies like the US and the EU, to protect their steel manufacturing industry through both tariff and non-tariff measures, mainly because of the excess capacity driven by China and India. So it's not what we are facing is not only a South African problem, but it's also a global problem. I've already indicated what other countries are doing, particularly the EU and the US, including the UK. We are engaged in those negotiations with them, including some of the trade agreements that we are currently negotiating. We remain vulnerable to import surges as a country. We are responding through trade remedies, but we know that there's also trade diversion to less protected countries. We have seen in other products where products are being diverted to countries where we either have less tariffs with them or we don't have trade agreements. And we are, through ITEC, passing some of the remedies where we are seeing that products are being diverted and exported into the country via those countries. And as a result, we suffer the issue of reduced capacity in some of the companies that we have in the country, and that has negative effect on investments, but and leading to closures and job losses. But we are responding as government to such challenges, including the logistics and infrastructure challenges, which we are working with other government departments to resolve such issues. On the scrap metals, we have reviewed we are in the process through ITEC on the PPS. As the department, we have also reviewed the export tax on scrap. The minister is considering recommendations on that. Once he has approved the proposals, we'll then notify the stakeholders of the decision regarding the scrap metals. But this also remains a very important sector of the economy in terms of diversifying manufacturers of steel, but then also other economic benefits associated with the manufacturing of steel from scrap metals. We are engaging with the stakeholders. I know that the recyclers have also approached the Competition Commission regarding unfair practices and some in the value chain, which limit competition. So the Competition Commission chair is also dealing with that. And you might have seen where the Competition Commission has visited some of the companies and seized the documents and information in relation to unfair competition practices. On the demand side, we are intervening on the particularly targeting the transmission development plan. As we know, as a country, we are investing in the transmission capacity, which will cover 14,000 kilometers. We have engaged with the Department of Energy, ESCOM, particularly the National Transmission Company, and also through the IDC. There is now a memorandum of understanding or of agreement between the IDC and the National Transmission Company of South Africa to support manufacturers as we are deepening localization, particularly the supply of steel and other related ancillary products. So that's what we have been doing, Chair, on the demand side. On the water side, also we are engaging the Department of Water, including the water boards in various areas, and these slides indicates where we are making interventions on the localization of steel products, particularly for pipelines, which are required to supply bulk water to municipalities. On the trade measures, up to date, as I've indicated, we have approved, since we met, about 10 trade measures, which include your safeguard, anti-dumping measures, and tariff investigations. This is an ongoing work. We meet weekly, Chair, with ITEC to review progress on this. And I must indicate that AMSA in the JSE announcements, or what we call the SENS, issued on the 3rd of June, it acknowledged the company, the developments around the trade remedies that have been applied by the government. But this must also be looked or analyzed in the context of other work that we are doing in supporting the steel industry. The update on AMSA, Chair, just to note again, I'm referring to the SENS that has been issued by the company last week, noting that there are ongoing discussions between AMSA and the group at the ArcelorMittal Group in London, together with the IDC, regarding the potential transaction. And this is now public knowledge. And the company also acknowledged, as I've indicated, the implementation of custom duties and other trade remedies. And also there is further progress regarding the electricity prices. The minister will be meeting with his counterpart, I think next week, Minister Ramkhopa, to look at the cost of electricity and preferential rates to the sector. But as the department, we have also supported other companies which have approached us on their application on the negotiated pricing agreement. We have issued letters of support to NERSA as well as ESCOM on behalf of those companies. On the moving forward, the steel roadmap, the minister engaged with the industry on the roadmap, as the colleagues will know that previously, historically, the blast furnaces were the main producers of steel, Now the sector is changing. The decarbonization is at the center of the steel industry globally, and therefore we also as a country have to invest in low carbon steel technologies, but at the very same time leveraging our mineral resources, the iron ore industry, making investments in the renewable energy sectors. We are working with international organizations on green financing, particularly leveraging the Mitigation Action Facility, the EU-SA Clean and Investment Partnership, CTIP, which we are currently being negotiated and identifying projects which will be financed through that. The minister visited the EU 2 weeks ago, particularly on this city project. And we are working with the industry again and through the IDC to look at the investment opportunities, particularly in the electric arc furnaces, the usage of direct reduced iron induction furnaces. We are investing, but again, we will be scaling up our investments in those technologies. And the other area that we are looking at is the green steel industrial zones, SZ, particularly Saldanha, and some of the nodes in Ekurhuleni. Chair, this slide just shows an indication of the growth in the electric arc furnaces globally. So the maroon part, which indicates that there is increasing investments in that, given the requirements for cleaner energy and cleaner steel products. So we have to do that. We don't have an option as a country to decarbonize, and that is part of the industrial development strategy, which has been approved by cabinet. Policy interventions, Chair, it's critical that we support local manufacturing, including localization. As the department, we are in the process of finalizing the designation to support the steel industry. We have made our submissions on the preferential regulations to support the Public Procurement Act. We are waiting for the National Treasury to finalize the regulations and gazette the act for operations. And then as the department will designate products, including steel products for local manufacturing. I've indicated that through the we have worked with ESCOM, the IDC, to support the IDP. And also we are working with SARS on stage consignment, because there are leakages there in some of the products which get imported through stage consignment. We have established a technical working group in that effect on stage consignment and other issues with SARS. We are working closely with ITEC on that. So, Chair, in closure, just to indicate and in summary what we have done as the department, there is political oversight on the AMSA transaction with the IDC. The minister is seized with that to make sure that that transaction is finalized. There is ongoing work that we are doing with ITEC on the trade remedies. We are involved in the demand side interventions, public procurement, the transmission lines. We have locked in local content requirements. We are working on the finalizing the PPS, the recommendations to the minister, including the export tax on scrap metals and the roadmap, which will then have to be a balanced kind of an industry. We cannot rely on one steel producing technologies, and we will then support various technologies which mainly will have to lead to the decarbonization of the manufacturing process. So it's not only policy, but we'll be investing directly through state the development finance institutions and also through our incentives that we manage as the department. And we are of the view that the steel industry remains closely linked to industrialization in South Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much also for your brevity. Can we then move on as quickly to the South African Iron and Steel Institute? And please, colleagues, especially from our stakeholders, when you present, please do introduce yourself so that we may know who is presenting. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair, Dr. Kigaba, and honourable members of the committee. I am Charles Dednam from the South African Iron and Steel Institute, and I'll do the presentation today. Can I share?
Please go ahead.
It seems like I'm battling to get the document open. Chair, will it be possible for your administration to share the presentation?
We can see it now.
Chair Margo is sharing the presentation, Chair.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Chair. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the statistics that's already been shared by the DTIC. So I will just step into the current status of the steel industry as it is right now. Just stressing the point that the steel industry is in much distress. So I'm now on slide number 3. Okay. Another one on. Yes. So if one just look at the numbers and the decline of the crisis, it's actually just escalating, and even in the current milieu, it is so South African production dropped again in April by 8%. Primary steel imports escalated in April to 38% of consumption. The average import prices dropped by 18%. so putting the local industry under much pressure. South African exports dropped by 21%. CBAM is very much active right now with a certificate price of 75.36 euro for the certificate, which is actually coming down to about 2,000 rand per ton. And we are looking forward to the policy framework intact on the escalation or the sharing of the execution risk rising from the 11.7 billion on the DTIC budget. Okay, if we go into the next slide, please. Right, on the next slide, it's just showing the overall impact of the pre-COVID levels to where we are currently now. So steel production dropped by 33% since 2018. Long steel import penetration actually went up from below 8%. It's currently standing at 27%. Flat steel import penetration rose from 23% in 2018 to over 52% currently. And finished steel exports dropped by 63% over that same period. If we can move on to the next slide. So the Steel, Metal and Fabrication Master Plan progress, I think everyone in the value chain is happy about the tariff package introduction that came out in May. It should also be understood that everything has just moved up to the bound rates. Primary steel has already been on the bound rates, so not much relief for the primary steel producers. On the downstream side, everything then also moved up to the bound rate. I think what is really necessary is that the focus needs to shift to the more value-added type of products, so that they also can be included into the enforcement of tariffs on that particular side, because that is the market for steel. So you need to consider the whole value chain from upstream right through to downstream. On the another outcome from the ITEC report is basically the import permits and the surveillance against under-invoicing and circumvention. That's also getting some attention. That is also good news for the downstream industry, not to hamper them with any products that's not been made in South Africa. Then on the train operating side, we've got now 11 private train operators awarded rail access agreements across 5 strategic corridors. And we also see the 26-27 budget 11.7 billion confirms continuity of the master plan framework, which includes the SEZs and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement expansion. Okay, so the leakages that we are actually trying to maintain is the competitive supply development program that was abandoned by the SOEs. Is a strategic demand anchor was removed, and I think that that we need to reinstate that. The procurement enforcement gap, a significant gap between the government localization undertakings and the actual ground level enforcement, is actually spent leagues offshore. We've seen that in the stage consignment and the increase in stage consignment imports that are coming into the country. That is of very much concern. Trade circumvention, origin of specific remedies bypassed, and that is also evident in the amount of imports that are coming into the country. So we're still battling of import market share of around 35 to 38% of overall steel consumption. And we see the moves once you block, for instance, China and dumping steel on this in this particular market. it quickly moves into another direction. Like Indonesia has now been removed. South Korea has now been emerging as one of the areas where we are actually getting a lot of pressure from. Energy pricing is still unresolved, so we sit with the Eskom-NERSA cost structure remains. We've seen that the chrome industry, got relief from there. We are hopeful that that same type of affordability could be passed on to the primary steel industry as well as for the downstream industry. Then illicit trade for under-invoicing, tariff violations, misclassifications is still persisting. So enforcement infrastructure remains inadequate, and the steel industry is offering offering support in that area. If we can go on to the next one. So trade defense, the issues that is still unresolved. A most significant set of steel measures in years that we got through the announcement of moving everything on Chapter 72, 73 up to the bound rates, but we still need protection on beyond those categories and relief of the downstream manufacturers in final products that are entering the country. So just as for interesting sake, if you measure the 2025 value-added imports into the country of final products measured against 2024, the increase was about 25%, which is significant for a country like ours. And we can see it happening all over. If you go into the hardware stores, a foreign product that's on the shelves, and even on our roads, if you look at the automotive industry and what they are actually confronted with. Okay, so the downstream industry is facing substantial pressure under acute import pressure. Okay, so rising steel import costs flow through to the affordable housing and construction side, and the rebate mechanism is critical safeguard must be accessible and efficiently administered by for smaller players in the marketplace itself. Okay, so trade defense on the SAICI strategic assessment is we need a coordinated steel trade defense to actually move downstream. Fabricated steel was the most import exposed in the last previous protected segment. So protection must extend to the embodied steel, Chapter 73 and beyond, direct fabricated steel, but not Chinese, which is not covering Chinese machinery, construction systems, and mining equipment. We go to the next slide. Okay, then the downstream manufacturing development side. If one look at the development, so fabricators, service centers, and processes are the primary job creators. If one look at the multiplier effect, I think the construction industry did a study some time ago where they say for each 1,000 tons of steel going down into fabrication, you create an additional 25 jobs for that. So it's quite significant. If one look at the total volume of steel imports coming into the country, if you can localize at least half of that, it is significant numbers that we are actually talking about. Modernized processing capacity is the galvanizing, cold rolling, structural fabrication, engineering components for the domestic and African market is well underway. Value-added manufacturing in South Africa counter the Chinese embodied steel. We see that, and it will also come through in the presentations that is still to come to the committee itself later on in the day. It is actually driving some successes in that area. Then special economic zones in industrial parks must be leveraged to anchor downstream steel processing clusters near key production centers. So if one look at the the issues we have with regard to the competitive supplier development program that's been abandoned by the SOEs, a serious master plan leakage, must be reversed immediately. SOE procurement no longer functions as a strategic demand anchor, and we need to look into that issue as well. So the loss of the CSDP demand baseload makes capacity maintenance increasing unviable without targeted intervention. So the 1 trillion infrastructure budget must restore local demand, and we plead that should be actually utilized in local consumption. So the DTIC must establish a binding procurement compliance reporting. So SAEs must be held accountable to verifiable local content commitments. Next slide, please. Okay, the China value-added export, it basically boils down to China is in a structural oversupply situation. It's exporting over the last 3 consecutive years, it's exporting more than 100 million tons into the rest of the world. The structural surplus is displaced into global markets at roughly about 20% and below of its own domestic prices in that particular country. So most of the markets are actually closing up on these huge influx of imported steel. And the alternative that China is actually employing is to move into embodied steel and a value added. So that is becoming the new competitive frontier, and it is harder to measure and defend against than the primary steel imports. On the other side, India is also the second largest steel producer in the world currently. They are more or less in balance with regard to supply and demand, but they've actually moved substantially into the value-added side, and we can even see it in the South African imports or final product imports into South Africa, which is eroding the local market quite substantially. So I think that should be actually included into countering and to make the local market more accessible. One thing for sure is South Africa cannot match China on scale. It is impossible. The response must be industrial. So both downstream manufacturing capability needs to get priority and converts domestic steel into value-added products for the African markets. I think that needs to get full attention, specifically on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Regional proximity and quality of service differentiates South Africa from the Chinese exporters, and we can bank on that fact. So we need to enable value-added steel exports. We should align customs ports to support time-sensitive manufactured goods to move in from raw material exports to finished steel beneficiated products. And once we are successful in that, it actually builds trust and is giving the leverage for local manufacturers to engage with our international partners abroad. So trade measures must extend beyond Chapter 73, fabricated goods and embodied steel categories, and not only on the primary side, because it is a link chain right through the value chain in steel. Next slide, please. Job beneficiation, localization, and value add. I think that I've said, I've covered most of this in the previous slides already. So it goes around the 1 trillion infrastructure budget, where local steel must benefit from that. We need to make sure that it actually happens. Production centers, so key production centers are facing capacity decline. What we need to look out for is that we do not eliminate relevant capacities, and that we actually maintain capacities that's necessary for the infrastructure expansion. The potential job on the green steel side is more than 5,000 jobs that can go into green technology. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so infrastructure, logistics, electricity, energy, all of that is actually the hidden competitiveness drain. So we got some structural progress. It's actually a 2027 story. You've got 11 private train operating companies awarded rail access agreement across the 5 strategic corridors. That's good news for us. Freight capacity targets has now been lifted up to potentially 52 million tons over 5 years and support the national goal of 250 million tons. That's also great to see a road to rail going into that direction. Transnet Port Terminals is a 9 billion CapEx program for cranes equipped. That is also is good news for us. 24-hour operating rhythm improvements in progress is at key ports, and we see that on the Dow indexes are improving quite a lot. These reforms are structurally positive, and most gains will only materialize from 2026, the end, late 26 to 27 onwards. Okay, so issues that are actually hampering us, and it's actually driving cost for the steel sector is TRIM, the Transnet Rail infrastructure management on the 10-day heavy haul shutdown that actually interrupted the Saldanha core. They've moved everything onto road transport, and road transport actually escalated not only with the Hamas issues that we have in the Middle East, but also due to this driving logistical costs up and making us uncompetitive in our own market. The withdrawal of the rail supply tender is also actually adding to that, and cargo diverts to more expensive road transport. We've seen the citrus export expansion competing directly with steel for limited port berths and rail capacity. So we need to look into the issues with expanding our port capabilities. ITAC and industry sources cite a high logistic cost, weak rail and port delays as central factors in the steel sector emergency. So steel producers must budget for elevated logistical costs, transit times, volatile transit times, and a material risk premium throughout 2026. So that is just adding more issues on the cost of the local steel production. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Green steel. Okay, CBAM is now alive. So EU border adjustment at 75.36 euro per ton CO2 has been implemented from January. So steel is in the scope from day one. It influenced quite a substantial volume of the South African export into the European market, especially if one look at the stainless steel environment, which are confronted quite substantially by the EU benchmarks with regard to the product that's entering into that particular market. So CBAM tariffs up to 2,000 Rand per ton CO2 on EU designated steel, so direct financial hit on export-orientated exporters. Like I said, EU is South Africa's key premium market, so the loss of that particular market is severely damaged stainless and value-added steel exports into those markets. India, Brazil, and emerging competitors advancing DRI, EAF, and green iron. So South Africa risks being left behind on high carbon, uncompetitive products. So first movers actually secure long-term offtake agreements. So late movers face green premiums as a penalty, not a reward. Okay, so the opportunity we have is we've got world-class solar and wind potential. So we can actually bank on that. Significant domestic iron ore endowment. The critical hydrogen DRI feedstock is at hand. It also counters the scarcity of scrap in the country itself. A SAICI Green Steel Roadmap is the 4 pillars, the national MRV carbon reporting system. In that is very important to have a national reporting system with a central database. We've got energy transition, grid decarbonization that needs attention. Also the blended finances that were alluded by the IDC, the DBSA, the MAF, to get to the green steel certification side as well. And then targets 50% plus on certified green steel, which is a very difficult to achieve, because at this point in time it's been resisted all over the markets, that they are not really willing to pay a premium for green steel at this point in time. But we need to progress in that direction. Right, then we get to the last slide. So the SA Steel Blueprint South Africa recommendations to this committee is that we need to resolve electricity pricing, mandate Eskom NERSA agreement that provides economic and viable electricity tariffs to the steel sector. This is the single most critical cost competitive lever, and without it, other interventions are undermined. We need to reinstate the CSDP and close the demand anchor gap. We need to deploy the 1 trillion locally, so enforce a verifiable local content in all public infrastructure spend, and we need to close the gap between localization policy undertakings and ground level enforcement. We need to deliver downstream manufacturing capability, prioritize downstream steel manufacturing modernization through the FDI lending and Section 12.1 incentives. Value-added fabrication is the growth engine of the sector, and the SA primary steel counter to Chinese embodied steel imports. So we need to focus on our value-added production, fabrication, and enable value-added steel exports to the African continental free trade. So incentive value-added steel exports, align customs and ports to support time-sensitive manufacturing exports, and shift South Africa from raw material exports to beneficiated manufactured steel products serving the African markets. And then systemic trade defense and tighten enforcement is fast-tracked the ITEC report 764, shift to GATT 19 instruments, extend trade measures to beyond Chapter 73 fabricated steel that includes embodied steel categories, and tighten controls on under-invoicing, tariff violation, and illicit trade. So we are actually moving from fragility to predictability, is in my final note. The South African steel industry has the assets, the workforce, and the strategic position to compete. What is needed is predictable policy environment, enforcement commitments, and investment decisions aligned to long-term industrial goals. I'll thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Quite a presentation. I'm actually worried in part about the issues of the abandonment of the CSDP. I know members of the committee will know, and the department will know, I raise those issues quite regularly, because I believe our infrastructure rollout has to be underpinned by this strong commitment to industrialize and localize the infrastructure rollout and the building of capital stock. But thank you very much for the presentation. Can we then move on to, we're not doing very well in terms of time. I don't know, maybe we will recover the time when we discuss, but right now we're not doing very well in terms of time. Can we go on to the sites?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and to the members on the call. My name is Tafatwa Chipanguza. I'm the Chief Executive here at CIFSA, and in the room with me is Lucio Trentini, who is our Executive Director here. Chair, I'm going to also try and share my screen. I hope I won't have the issues that Charles, my colleague, had earlier. Can I check if you can see it, Chair?
I see it's loading.
All right.
Now it's on, yes.
Thank you, and then I'll put it to presentation mode. I will also noting the time that you've given us, and hopefully I'll also try and recover some time for you. Chair, so as CIFSA, we are a federation representing up, mid, and downstream. In total, we've got in excess of 1,300 companies who are members of the federation. And for that reason, then, Chair, our comments are purposefully high level to try and capture what we think are key themes that should be considered by the parliamentary committee. That's the first point. Secondly, we'll also limit a lot of what we'll say today has been to a degree reiterated in our historic inputs. So for that reason, Chair, we won't dwell too much on what we've said before, but there is a main message that we do want to drive today. And I'll spend most at least of the time that I have on that main message, Chair. And then granted, also a lot of other participants will be saying a lot of what will need to be said. So, Chair, our presentation touches on the few points that we have put up here on the slide, and I'll just jump straight into it. And the starting point is when we look at the letter that was sent to us, calling us to come to this discussion. There's an implied question in there, Chair, that asks, basically, has the Steel Master Plan worked? At a headline level, that's in essence the question. And we are going to suggest that at least our answer will be along the lines of, to a degree, that might not be the correct question, but the question that needs to concern all the parliamentarians, yourselves, honorable members here, Chair, is can we afford the continued deindustrializing trend that we've seen in this industry, despite all the policy documents that we are constantly discussing and we are constantly tabling for discussion? And that's not to say that a lot of good work is not being done from our colleagues from the DTIC, but the point really is that there is a sense that there's a lot on paper, but it's not transmitting to the ground in terms of the reality. Just maybe to give a high level, 4 statistics for us give a sense of where we are right now in terms of the industry. That's the reality. Steel production, steel consumption. So steel consumption per unit of GDP created has declined. You also have employment in this sector having shed in excess of 220,000 jobs over the last decade and a half. That there is often what we refer to as the true scorecard, because ultimately employment is an outcome of the realities that we'll paint in the next few slides. And that employment trend that talks to 220,000 people having lost their jobs in the sector being the reality that's on the ground. And also what's unfortunate is that we've seen virtually a doubling of steel imports into the country. So what you have is production decreasing, employment declining, and also imports having increased. So the point really is that that's really a true story of deindustrialization. This is in the context of having all the plans that we have on paper. And why the slide is obvious, but we just want to elevate the point here to suggest that what we have here in the steel and engineering sector, which when South Africa is often referred to as the most industrialized economy on the continent, it's in essence talking about this value chain that we are describing. Metal production, both ferrous and non-ferrous, and all the other industrial activities that underpin that. So it's in essence what we would call the goose that's laying the golden egg. It's this, through this sector, South Africa will achieve a higher developmental trajectory, and the absence of the sector or the continued deterioration, as I've shown in the last slides before, essentially take us down the road of an extractive economy, one that in essence exports jobs and imports finished products. And as I've said already, takes us down the developmental trajectory, and down being negative is the point I make, not downstream, Chair. So really that's the point I'm stressing here, that it should concern us all, the trends that we are seeing in the industry, just based on the fact that this is, as I've said, the goose that lays the golden eggs for the country. So S&P, what it correctly identified, and no fault can be directed at these observations. It observed weak demand, infrastructure constraints, lack of localization, policy fragmentation. A lot of this was even mentioned in Charles's presentation and Dr. Makube's presentation as well. What we have continued to stress as the main issue is the implementation. And that's where I refer to continually that we have content on paper that is not translating to reality on the ground. So implementation remains the big problem. And we have to give credit where it's due, that there has been progress in a number of areas. Dr. Makube mentioned earlier on the tariff reviews and the outcomes that were released there, and also a number of discussions that have happened across many different instruments. Within that context as well, a lot has also been achieved. Load shedding has largely been abated. As Charles mentioned, the big issue is price, and that's a discussion that is ongoing. Also having been prompted by the DTIC, Dr. Makube specifically. Also, what is particularly important, and this is something we've been involved in, is the public-private partnership, both the engagement as well as the instruments that are coming. So on that score, there is good, some good has been done. You will, although, notice that a lot of this is outside of the steel and engineering industry, but ultimately, obviously, we highlight this as a good in the sense that it will ultimately translate down to better outcomes if executed. There are discussions that are in progress. We suggest that they should be fast-tracked. So issues around localization, public procurement, and the regulations there. Again, it's outside of the steel and engineering policy kit, but or rather the DTIC's policy kit, but ultimately we say that the institution as a policymaker has a role to play in fast-tracking some of the discussions that are happening there, as well as despite the ongoing conversations and what has been successfully achieved, the reality, though, is a sector that is declining. Production is declining at a rate of 2% on a compound basis over the last 20 years. Employment, I've mentioned earlier on, and a big one that I said is our main submission is this issue of underutilized capacity. So the verdict really, again, Chair, I've stressed this point that we have detail on paper, but the reality on the ground is a completely different reality. Now, part of the main submission that I said we are going to make here is mainly under this issue of the underutilized capacity. And that is an indictment on particularly the public demand, which can play a very important role in solving at least what we are suggesting here. So on the slide here, Chair, you have capacity utilization in this industry is underutilized. On average, it's around 75%. So hence underutilized. What is particularly concerning is if you look at the upstream, so the steel production side, they are at an underutilized capacity, or capacity utilization rather, of 53%. And just to give that context, that statistic some additional flavor, that was the full year capacity utilization number as at the end of last year. But actually the last quarter statistic was that sector operating at 48% capacity utilization. Now that has material implications, firstly for the survival of the upstream, but also that has naturally pricing implications for the downstream as well, because then you have a situation where the pricing that comes out of that segment of the value chain being largely adversely affected by the underutilized capacity. The main point then also that we are submitting here, so the first is that you have underutilized capacity, which is an indictment because this capacity exists. The second point that we are suggesting here is that when one unpacks the reasons for the underutilized capacity, what comes out is that insufficient demand accounts for the majority of the reasons why you have underutilized capacity. In fact, it accounts for about 70% of the reasons for underutilized capacity. Now, the implication of that point, and this is what I want to elevate as a point, Chair, is that even if all the other factors of production were to come together, so you resolve the labor side, you resolve raw materials, you resolve all other issues, the elephant in the room remains insufficient demand. And that's the primary reason for your underutilized capacity. And for that reason, then the central submission here to yourselves as well as to the committee is what we all need to now concern ourselves with is how do we resolve that element of insufficient demand, because that would be the boat, that would be the tide that lifts all boats. So the point really is that if there is a focus of any of these policy instruments, it should be on how we solve this particular issue. And I want to make a point maybe around that fact is that more and more there is the global economic theme, if you like, is one of that is constantly referred to as the era of industrial policy, where you have globally a number of countries looking inward. How do they make their own domestic supply chains resilient? Nearshoring is a critical input, and how do countries look inward to enhance their own value chains? And that's in essence the point we are suggesting here, that in lifting that domestic demand, we've put up what we think here are some of the instruments that can be undertaken, and these should be the focus areas. But all of them target to solve one thing: how do you lift domestic capacity utilization? So public infrastructure is steel intensive, it's component intensive. In fact, it's very intensive across this entire value chain. So public procurement is a policy choice. And for that reason, we stress the fact that that is a critical role that has to be played by policy. And as I've said, it's a policy choice, directing, and over and above public procurement, it's then directing that public spend, as was shown in the last presentation, and we all know is R1 trillion, that should be directed at ensuring that domestic capacity is fully utilized. And that's obviously domestic capacity where competitive capacity exists. Private sector investment is also critical. That can be incentivized in terms of procuring locally. We think that's a critical area where we should be playing. Strategic procurement, we were quite disappointed that it doesn't feature as much in the current public procurement regulations that are out for public comment, but we are making some submissions in that area because that again is the enabler to the public procurement delivery mechanism. And then obviously export development is critical. That is endless demand, if you like, if we get the domestic fundamentals right. So the solve is, as submitted on this slide, is how do you enhance or solve the primary problem of demand? And that's in essence what we submit here as the instruments that can be used there. Again, Chair, maybe what we often stress, and we've made this point over and over, so I won't labor it here, but as if we keep talking SMP, we talk an environment where we track too many variables. And what we submit here is what we, at best, historically, we were even more aggressive to say that what should be targeted is ultimately one variable. At the time, you can say what is production growth, and then all instruments target arriving at that variable, and everything else is subsidiary and is ancillary to that primary goal. But again, here, the point we suggest is that you could even target, just given the submissions we've made here, you could target even up to 5 variables and say, these are our primary variables that we track. Even at a parliamentary level, this is what we ideally suggest you should track. But the idea of chasing 73 ambitions and 73 variables across the steel industry dilutes focus on some, and also is it's difficult, obviously, to track the rest. So, Chair, really in closing, the point that we said is a very high level point, but it's summarized this way. The reality on the ground is not talking to what we have in policy. The policy documents that we have run much faster in terms of what is in paper is not translating to the domestic reality. Demand is the central problem, and that is the tide that will lift all boats. And that is where we need to focus our attention. And that will increase all those variables I mentioned earlier on: steel consumption, steel production, and employment, and the rest. So that's what we suggest is the primary solve. And ultimately, in the absence of dealing with what we deem to be the elephant in the room in terms of demand, we are on a road to actually not resolving what is the primary issue affecting this industry. Chair, let me park it there and hand it back to you. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to make our contribution.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Can we, without any further ado, proceed now to ISF?
Good morning, Chair. Sorry for being a bit slow. Good morning to distinguished guests. I'm also having the problem of on the sharing of uploading, but let me just see. Perhaps same share. Let me just try again. Just try again to get to upload. It's not upload. I think it's uploading. Can you see it? I'm just going to start to get to the start. The screen will just slideshow from beginning. Thank you. Wrong. Let me just run back. Good day. I'm Niels van Niekerk from the Executive Chair from the International Steel Fabricators, and our newly appointed Chief Executive Officer will also present at the end. Sisa, thanks. You've stole the big part of my introduction, so many thanks. Yes, we agree. 5 outcomes: export growth. What we today would like to propose is this: the difference with export growth is that we do not have to wait for any of the other outcomes. You mentioned the other 5. The industry is underutilized. The demand exists right now outside South Africa. There's massive demand. The growth can happen tomorrow, the increased growth. And we've seen the support for the upstream, perhaps close to 20 billion and 30 billion. If we look at perhaps the Amsabaya that we all hear about, the trade support up to estimated 60 billion, but the support, not the same investment and trade support to the intermediate and downstream. And if all of those that was open in 2009 were still open, the utilization would have been perhaps 40 or 30 or 40%. But still, we have still massive capacity available right now. We have members standing, factory floors empty. We can start tomorrow. So how do we get there? If you look at the Steel Master Plan, yes, we fully agree. The attention was mostly on the supply side and policy and meetings, and not on the exports. The ISF was fully committed to the whole process. We always focused on accessing more demand. We also submitted proposals. The first proposal was on an SA incorporated, with other words, not only for steel, but for capital equipment, for mining equipment, etc. That was submitted. We also submitted to increase a major just focus on steel, primary steel, and value-added steel, targeting a 1 million increase. Unfortunately, that was not accepted. We don't have to talk about this. I think the CIFSA talked about it. I just want to mention that as CIFSA also said, the steel value chain cannot create demand. We can only service demand, but we can access other demand outside South Africa, especially outside the customs union, where we have no control. We cannot get support from ITAC, etc., where we are standing alone. Is there a way? Yes, we believe we have a methodology that works well over 25 years. And it benefits not only the ISF members, it benefits the complete chain, as we will indicate. What is the object of the ISF? Is to maintain and grow the export of our members throughout the value chain. The members are from currently about 50 companies. With the reduction, we were over 80, but so many closures of companies happened since 2009. And we're Export Council, so we also enjoy a 1 million grant annually from the DTIC. Now, our members from the steelmakers, AMSA, merchants, over 100 outlets, tube mills, open section mills, rollers of roofs, bolts, nuts, grating, hand railings. You can go through the whole list, even including the project performance guarantors. We can't win projects if we do not have performance guarantees. So therefore, we included also the project guarantors. Then, of course, the structure fabricators, people, you build a structure to house something, and there's various types of structures. When we then jump to logistics, yes, we road, rail, marine, bridges, ship-to-shore cranes, etc. And then mineral structures to house mineral mine plants, etc. But the further you go up the chain on structures, the value add is perhaps 200% to the primary steel. When you get down to your plant, you're talking 300, 400% increase in value add to the main items. And here, our members are involved in doing tankage, pressure vessels, equipment, steam boilers, you can name it, mineral processing, all the items you find on a mine site. Most of the times, we operate as subcontractors. We call it structural, the mechanical, plate and pipework contractors. And strange enough, we are not allowed to be our members, although very close associates. We are subcontractors supplying other main contractors in their designs. We build what other people have designed. They have the IP, they have the brands, and we build for them. So therefore, our members are not allowed to have their own brands, because then they will compete with our client base. But of course, back at home, we very closely collaborate with all the others with their own brands. And by procuring the maximum primary steel products and all the other supporting products, even a small project that is done is actually in reality a small SA incorporated project. Now how do we do? We track projects. We track projects for years and years and years until it's ready. And then we present our ISF team, put the teams down in front of the client wherever they are in the world. And we actually based our thing. If you think of South Africa, what do the world know about South Africa? The main 4 things. I think it's Table Mountain, Kruger Park, Nelson Mandela, and mining. So our whole thing is about our excellence engineering, and we build our exports on our mining history. Now, if you look at an example here, here's a gold mine being constructed as we talk. There's no sound here, but I can tell you there are artillery firing around in those mountains. It's 5 kilometers from the South Sudanese border. I spoke to the project manager for the client last night. Says it's going well. This project. We tracked this project for a number of years to find out who's going to be the main contractor. Once we found that out and it was allocated, we then visited them, and in the end we placed a number of our members in 2024 in front of them. And in 2025 again, the contract was allocated to one of them, and they are busy building. Now, all that you see there are practically from South Africa. There's 82 South Africans on site. There's also about 700 people from India assisting us with the construction. If you look closer, you'll see all the items that's actually installed and coming from South Africa. The project that will bring about 1 billion rands. It's not a big gold project, but it will bring about 1 billion rands of forex into South Africa in total. You can't buy stuff for mine. There's no mining in Ethiopia, so everything comes from South Africa. Now let's look at another example. It's a recent completed major copper plant expansion in Zambia, 20 billion rands. We tracked this project since 2015 due to a failure from South Africa's supply, not our members in Panama. The client, the mining owner, refused South African input, and we had to work very hard since 2020 when we kept on knocking on the door, allowed to sit in to meet the project team in 22, placed the ISF members in front of them in Perth. All our meetings, of course, are outside South Africa. It's not for where the clients are. They selected, because of the massive project, they selected 5 of the members that we presented. They selected out of them, and that project was completed last year. A new uranium mine in Namibia. We've tracked this project for some time, visited all the possible main contractors overseas, and once it was allocated, we placed our members in front of them, and it's being negotiated right now. The preference will be given to South African suppliers with Namibian partners due to our perceived excellence in service and quality. I think the main thing to understand here is that the principle is here that we must maintain what we have done before. And that, strangely enough, if we come to this project, number 4, is we regularly visit the most active foreign main contractors since 26, all the time. And during our visit to them, the biggest one in 2025 in Perth, they promised us the next 7 planned projects in Africa. And of course, given that we can maintain the current service levels, and our price levels, we achieve are 20% to 25% above the Chinese competitors. We cannot and we do not compete on price. And that is what South Africa will have to learn. We cannot and will not be able to compete with China for the foreseeable future. Not because of cost only, because China has decided that they will price below us. That gives them various benefits like economies of scale and get nobody else interested to actually invest properly. So there's an imminent explosion at the moment for demand for construction for new mines. The gold and energy prices and rare earths is exploding. It's now beginning to translate. We are seeing the first tender inquiries coming out, etc. And our problem is that although we are very well known around the world, the South African capabilities, we have visited over 100 countries. We exhibited all over today. We are no longer capable of doing that because of our budgets. But it's not only us. We're not the only export promotion body in South Africa that's promoting steel. And you will hear from the others later on in the session. So the planned Steel Master Plan Development Fund has not realized either. If you look at, for example, just the ISF, you can see we're not a big budget, 3 million effectively in 2012 at the peak. But in real terms, if you're taking inflation and exchange rates into account, today we operate with a budget in 2009 terms of R1 million. Now you can imagine how much we can do for R1 million to pay salaries, airfares, but we manage. We manage traveling in the back of planes, sleeping in backpackers, but we know we got to be in front of the client. This industry does not work on teams. You've got to establish and you've got to maintain in-personal contact over the desk. If you look at the trend of just the steel structures alone, beyond SACU, you can see that follows the same pattern as our income. We're not saying that's the only reason, but it's the same pattern. So what are we proposing? The recycling industry advises about between 6 and 8 billion trade support for the steel makers. And even if we more conservative at 5 billion, our budget is 0.05% of that. If the DTI sees export development bodies, associated bodies, I'm not even talking about the others, with a proven record, we'll just allocate 1% of this. That would be 50 million. That would make a massive difference. And we could, if that is allocated tomorrow, all these bodies would be able tomorrow to start to make sure we get export growth. It is there available to be reaped, but not sitting at home studying, doing desk research and trying to contact people with Teams and through Teams. Just a quick geopolitical consideration. Africa is changing, there's massive changes, and we are currently studying that. Our new CEO is then also from Foreign Affairs, but then the past 30 years chasing projects in Africa. Roelof, are you there? Could you quickly take over for just the next few minutes?
Yeah, can you hear me, Niels?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Honorable Chairperson and committee members, thank you for the opportunity. And Niels, thank you for your excellent presentation. I'm just going to run through a 3-4 minute speech in the interest of time. And Niels, you can just go through the slides as you see fit. But my purpose is just to put a bit of global context to Niels's presentation. And this global context offers immediate opportunity. And I'd like to show how a changing world can substantially influence the future of a successful master plan. I would like to start to point out things that we all know and experience today, and that is that we must face the unavoidable reality of important changes in the global economy. Global economic power and trade is becoming multipolar, and it's not limited to the so-called West moving. So we're moving from a uni to a multipolar world. This creates a paradox for South Africa. Our current added steel exports remain tied to historic Western decision makers and buyers. That's why we have to go to Canada, Perth, and all these places as we do, and to secure the projects that Niels has highlighted to you. But the long-term industrial demand for our industry will be in African markets, who are also aligned with the relatively new multilateral institutions that represents this movement towards a multipolar world like the BRICS Plus formation. So our national data confirms that a substantial portion of all value-added manufacturing goods flow into Africa, mostly Southern and East Africa. It is a reality that these regional markets are keeping many of our value-adding manufacturing or factories open and their workers employed. The global financial architecture that regulates all of these things, trade, industrial development, and financing of projects in Africa is changing rapidly. And we must take note. Traditional institutions that offer project finance, we've seen dramatic shifts in aid, how it's been given or disbursed into Africa, are changing and are even declining. And it's replaced by things, for example, and increased investments by Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. We're seeing a reshaping of China's Africa strategy, offering tariff-free access to their markets that could form a base for demand. But crucially, this is expected, and the continued global insecurity is upshot of this. And the recent conflicts in the Middle East has pushed not only international investment capital, but even reserve banks towards more secure assets like gold, massive increase in gold price, and we see a lot of project activity in early stages. But these trends are also accelerating demand for goods and services that serve not only traditional fossil fuel-based projects like in Mozambique, in Namibia, all across Africa, but also renewables, alternative energy systems, and so on, mining of critical transition minerals, and so on. Capturing this shifting external demand gives us, our factories, an immediate lifeline while we wait for our domestic demand and infrastructure build to recover. To tap into this international demand changes a fundamental shift in our thinking. While old multilateral trading entities and rules are clearly very important, the work that we're doing under the auspices of the WTO and ITEC, all of this is critical. But their roles are being replaced by unilateral protectionism. Speakers referred to CBAM. We no longer only use global consensus frameworks. We must act through direct, project-focused bilateral interventions and networks using the ASCFTA and especially fight non-tariff trade barriers that are put in place in front of fabricators in African markets. We must leverage our location in the youngest population in the global south, or in the globe, I should say. So global engineering contractors who create the jobs are not really concerned with all these cumbersome institutions, trade rulings. They tap into supply chains that work. We have those. By launching direct drives, South Africa can insert its world-class, well-respected steel fabricators into the value chains directly into the pipeline at the planning stage. And this is our ultimate objective.
Roelof, you'll have to conclude.
Okay. So we have been doing all of this on a shoestring budget for many years. And the most opportune moment is to scale this. This is the most opportune moment to scale this up and create a sustainable manufacturing jobs in South Africa. So our plea is to support what the other people are saying, is let us directly secure the ultimate objective of the Steel Master Plan, labor-intensive economic and job growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must again, colleagues, bring to your attention our increasing time pressures. I know members have to be in the house at 3, which means that the closing time at 2 is quite important. I will suggest that we don't break, because this is a virtual meeting, that we don't take the tea break. Those who want tea, wherever you are, must just quietly stand up and make themselves tea. For now, we will proceed straight to SAWA. And I know that usually in meetings like this, where there are many presentations, those who come late are the ones who bear the brunt of the time pressure. Unfortunately, I offer no relief, no reprieve for you. So you will bear the pressure for the time. So, but you may proceed now. Thank you. I see the presentation is already loaded, so you may just go right ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bram Botha, and I'm the chairperson of SAWA in South Africa. And good morning to all the colleagues and people of the committee and Dr. Kigaba. The South African Wire Association represents 70% of the wire manufacturing base in South Africa. And as you can see, our members are mostly, main members are mostly CWI, Barnes, Hendok, Cape Gate, Wire Supplies, Meshco, AMG, and the Brick Group. So we have reputable manufacturers and very competent exporters in our ranks. Who we are?
Chair, Mr. Charles raised his hand, Chair. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just would like to request that the presentation be started from the beginning and put it into full screen mode, please.
Okay.
Full screen.
Mr. Porter, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
And raise your volume a little bit.
Okay, sure.
I know the younger ones like Honorable Mdluli have difficult time hearing us on a normal day.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen in full screen, so I'm not sure what's happening on that side.
We can see it.
You can see it. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear me
Chair, but
better?
it's not in slide mode, Chair. That was the request from Mr. Chance.
Oh,
Okay, sorry. Can I proceed?
It's not in slide mode. Margo, can you assist, Margo?
Maybe we can ask the on your side to share the presentation. It seems not to be working on my side. Thank you very much. Okay, you can go on to the next slide. Thank you. So we are Industry Council promoting South African wire across the world stage that serves as a technical and professional hub dedicated to advancing the manufacturing, processing, and application of wire products. We were established in 2002. Our core mandate is to grow markets for our members and value-added products and wire products that we manufacture. And obviously to promote new investment and job creation in the wire steel industry. On the export promotion side, we registered with the DTIC as a recognized export council, and we do receive government grants and support as well. And we, on our side, we do market research missions, international exhibitions, and DTIC national pavilions abroad. We also support it in that sense. We're an industry voice, maintain strong and committed industry forum with leadership to encourage, to engage with all stakeholders on behalf of our members. We engage with ITAC for appropriate imposition of protective tariffs. And obviously from a governance perspective, all members adhere to the association codes of conduct for international trade. And we also comply with the Competitions Act of 1998. Thank you. Next slide. Our background, we employ plus minus 6,000 people across the industry in South Africa. In 2025, we exported 275,000 tons to other countries, of which 71% plus minus was to SADC countries and 29% was to other nations across the world. And our estimated local demand is about, in production is about 350,000 tons in 2025. We service the agricultural, automotive, construction, engineering, manufacturing, and mining sectors in the country. So as you can see, we are a role player in all the major industries in the country. And we have a long-standing history of being a recognized and reputable and stable trading partner for our international customers. So we play an extremely important role for international customers. Thank you. Next slide. This is a slide giving a picture of exports versus imports on wire and wire products over the last couple of years. It's been a fairly stable environment for us. I think the concerning part for us is if you look at on the right-hand side, in 2025, there were 10.9 billion of imports versus exports of 10.3 billion. So imports now lead by value. And what's more concerning for us is the fact that in 2026 year to date, we've exported plus minus 81,000 tons. And there's been an import influx of 135,000 tons. So we are now a net importer of products in South Africa. Thank you. So we've now reached a tipping point in the industry, for the wire industry. If I refer to this segment from the Steel Master Plan, building on success is crucial. The wire industry is successful. There's very significant opportunities for important replacement if there's a effective enforcement of local content and prevention of illicit imports. The subsector component for the master plan for this industry should be prioritized. Now, I've alluded to the numbers on the right-hand side of imports versus exports, and the fact that we are now a net importer. And I think if you look at the bottom, the further threats towards our export opportunities. What's very important is China is not just the biggest role player in the international import sector, but now they've put up facilities both locally and on neighboring countries to manufacture our products. And seeing that SADC is our biggest partner, that business is becoming increasingly under threat. And some of the other presenters have alluded to the CBAM and increased requirements for steel, green steel carbon requirements internationally is playing a bigger and bigger role in our world as well. Next slide, thank you. So what is happening in a shifting world? Like I said, 75% of our imports, wire imports, is from one source, which is China. These Chinese companies have now also established manufacturing mills in South Africa and neighboring countries with the support of their governments. So what we say, duties are not alone enough anymore. There's already a 5 to 50% duty, but underpriced goods continue to flood into our country. So what is the problem? Enforcement is the gap. With imports now leading, the sector has shifted from defending and replacing our domestic market. There's obviously a bigger emphasis on green steel worldwide. International markets mandate a reduction in carbon footprint. And through trade rules like CBAM, it's now necessitated that green steel as an input material for manufacturing and for wire products to remain competitive in the export market. And same as all the other presentations, underpriced imports, I mean, goods coming to the country even below the fair scrap price, as reported by SARP, and seemingly not enough intervention is happening to protect local manufacturers against these imports. Next slide. So what is the missing link here? Once again, I'm referring to the Steel Master Plan. SARS has agreed to prioritize the steel industry imports for investigation and enforcement, especially under invoicing and misdeclared goods. So circumvention continues, unfortunately, which allow imports and illicit trade practices to persist to the detriment of the wire industry. Tariff reviews, implementation of a reference pricing outstanding. I know we've submitted a reference pricing to SARS. It doesn't seem that it's been used as a reference when it comes to imports. Various tariff codes have not been uplifted to the maximum bound rate. I know there's been a change a couple of weeks ago where it's been implemented, but some codes are still excluded as part of that tariff code. And considering to invoke Article 19 of the GATT to implement blanket tariffs. So what's the verdict on the SMP? I think most of our members agree that the master plan has not delivered the planned localization, demand, or illicit trade benefits for the industries that the wire sector serves. So we are under threat, and the plan hasn't performed to what it's proposed to do. Next slide, thank you. So looking ahead, the challenges and opportunities for us. As I said, we are now a net importer. We've stated the risk of China, illicit and under-invoiced imports slipping through customs. Low domestic demand remains a problem. And a big problem for us is the installed Chinese manufacturing capacity in Zimbabwe as a major threat to SAWA members in our SADC business, which is 70% of our export market, which goes to those 4 countries specifically. And we've spoken about the increased international requirement on carbon footprint, a requirement for green steel. So what are the opportunities we have? Import substitution and enforced local content requirements. This is where government has to play an extremely significant role in all of our worlds. We require a dedicated wire subsector component within the master plan, which was discussed but not implemented yet. Stronger customs action against illicit and underpriced imports. We need to extend our exports into new and regional markets, which will consume local green steel and hopefully happen through beneficiation. There's also a request that we level the playing field. Reciprocal tariffs against neighboring countries, that's imposing tariffs on some of our products through their customs. And once again, ITAC to invoke Article 19 of GATT2 by introducing a blanket code tariff under HS codes from 72.06 through Chapter 73. That could be a possibility. Next slide. So what lessons did we learn? I think the biggest lesson we learn is insufficient consultation. Not enough consultation between industry and oversight committee during the implementation. And the second part to this is the oversight committees should include more industry stakeholders going forward. Next slide. So what steps needs to be taken, adapting and redeveloping the master plan? As we requested, a wire subsector master plan, SAWA members strongly urge DTRC to incentivize the added value downstream exports as well. Active policy participation, supporting TIPS, ITAC, DTRC with inputs, variation, consultations, and surveys. And deeper industry consultation, pressing for broader stakeholder representation in oversight committees. It's important that the people that actually is in the industry give the guidance to the people who's making the policies. Next slide. Yeah, I think as a final comment, we need to prioritize a wire subsector master plan. We need to enforce local content and act on illicit imports, and to ensure we remain a net exporter. I think our message is similar to all our other colleagues. These are the key factors. Let's hope we can make a change. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We can then proceed to the next presentation, which will be SCOMETALS.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Chair. And greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee as well. I firstly want to start off by thanking the committee for affording us the opportunity as SCORE to form a part of this very, very important conversation. I'm also joined by our Group CEO, Mr. Barnes, and once again, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chair, I've prepared a presentation. Let me just see if why am I not getting this? I don't know if the members can see it.
Not yet.
So where is my presentation? Is that visible now?
No, it's not even loading yet.
Sure. Apologies for that. I know we can't afford this delay. There you go. Is that visible, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. Apologies for that. Mr. Chair, I want to use this opportunity to really have a conversation with the committee around the challenges that SCORE, who's a significant stakeholder in this particular sector, faces as I said, the furnace face. And this opportunity I want to share with committee members to just share it from the perspective of SCORE, who's invested significantly in the sector over the last many years. SCORE is a 100-year-old entity. In fact, it's 102 years old this year, and has certainly made, has formed a significant part of the landscape of the steel landscape in this country. Mr. Chair, I want to talk to the investments made by SCORE and why a stable and consistent regulatory environment is key for further investments, not just by this business, but for the rest of the businesses, our peers in the sector. And fundamentally, Mr. Chair, a lot is going to be said about the steel sector, what it is, what it is not. But at the end of the day, for me, it really comes down to about our commitment, that is South Africa's commitment to industry and to industrialization. At the end of the day, the steel sector is evolving, yet it has to be anchored in stability. And it's important that through this oversight committee, which I believe can play a significant role in setting creating that stable regulatory environment that is necessary for businesses such as us to continue investing. SCORE employs SCORE and its subsidiaries in excess of 2,000 employees directly, and we create approximately 14,000 jobs indirectly. So that's a significant employment opportunities that we create, particularly in the country where unemployment is at levels that are not sustainable. It is therefore absolutely critical that businesses such as ours be allowed to continue to invest in order to create the employment platform that is necessary. Our contributions to the fiscus via taxes and utilities, contributions to utilities, it says, is in excess of 3 billion rand. I think that is considerable by any means. SCORE invested over the last 5 years in excess of 7 billion rand in additional capacity, and the plans are to continue making similar type of investments over the coming years. What is critical, certainly for us as a business, and certainly for the committee, is that we need certainty in order to ensure, obviously, that we responsibly invest shareholders' capital in these type of projects, because we need to invest in an environment where we could be assured that the returns could be guaranteed. And this is what's key for any investor, financer, or shareholder. Mr. Chair, I'm going to touch on some of the challenges that we face, many of which has in fact been shared through the various presentations. that have been made. The economic challenges in this country, obviously, as we're all aware, economic growth are at its lowest points, although pleasingly we've seen some growth in the last quarter, which is encouraging. But the challenges in that we face in this country are obviously induced by some of the global dynamics that are playing out in the sector. Studies have shown that there's significant excess capacity globally, and estimated by 2028, excess capacity will be in excess of 745 million tons, which is significant. And that capacity by countries such as China and others have to find a home. And typically they would find homes in countries that are the least protected. And certainly we consider South Africa to be amongst those. We've seen in the last year in excess of 1.7 million tons of primary steel imported into this country, which obviously has a significant impact on local production capacity in a country that consumes just around about 4.7 million tons of primary steel. So that is a significant import scale compared to local capacity. And as I said at the start, our view is that we need as much protection as we can get in order to protect that small production capacity and base that we have in this country. Lack of steel demand, that's globally and of course in South Africa, just continues to weigh down on the challenge that this industry faces. Mr. Chair, I'd like to just talk to some of the challenges that we have in terms of the surveillances, and I'm just going to share some of the reports that we've recently seen issued by SARS on some of the challenges that they face with regards to the surveillances, and of course the inefficiencies within that surveillance system and structures, border interventions, etc. SARS, I mean, by their own admission, are challenged. They don't necessarily have the resources or the capacity to deal with to put the mechanisms and the structures and the resources in place to defend our borders and to ensure compliance, which is obviously detrimental to the economy, to the revenue, and of course to businesses such as ours and our peers within the sector. The non-compliance levels remain significantly elevated, as we can see by these numbers, and that's through various schemes and scams that are implemented through people that obviously have become professional at evading and avoiding these kind of mechanisms. SCORE as a business, and certainly we talking to some of our colleagues in the industry, are quite prepared to provide financial and other resources to ensure that we try and complement the structures that government does put in place. I think it's important through those public-private partnerships that we get these kind of structures and mechanisms going in order to at least increase the level of regulation and intervention that's necessary to give credence to the regulatory oversight that government does put in place. Because without enforcement, I don't think we will achieve much. We constructively engage with ITEC and the DTIC and other government entities to promote obviously our sectoral interests and to provide the kind of protection and mechanisms that are necessary to protect local industries. And we certainly appreciate the efforts that, particularly in the last few months, that we've seen. There's certainly has been an escalation in anti-dumping tariffs and other import duties to create a greater alignment with WTO bound rates, etc., to increase those mechanisms. And we will really encourage government to ensure that there's greater effort and focus on promoting more of those import mechanisms to try and protect local industries. It's absolutely critical for employment and for ensuring a stable and sustainable environment for businesses such as ours to operate in. We do appreciate government's efforts, but we do encourage government to continue to accelerate more aggressive strategies in its defense mechanisms in order to obviously mitigate the efforts by those who are keen on breaking the law. So as I said earlier, we are quite willing and prepared to put our money where our mouth is, to provide assistance in order to assist the state. If you look at what's happening, not even globally, just on the continent, there are certainly countries to the east and in fact to the west as well that have imposed significant import and in fact export levies and protection mechanisms in order to protect sectors, which is key. And certainly, I think countries that are much smaller than ours have realized the value in protecting critical and essential industries. South Africa, which has been endowed with significant industries. I mean, South Africa has always punched way above its weight, but it certainly needs to recognize that it needs to do a lot more in order to protect what it's been blessed with. We have significant industry. Some of the presentations earlier spoke to some of our export efforts and work South African businesses are doing on the continent, which is incredible. But that just comes down to the fact that we've built significant industries in this country, and we need to do more to protect those industries. Mr. Chair, if you allow me, this is a point of serious contention for us, and this involves scrap. As a company that deploys electric arc furnace technologies, which obviously consume significant amounts of scrap metal, ferrous materials, and we are in an environment where this is a diminishing resource. We fight daily to find and secure more supply of scrap in order to keep our furnaces running. So it's critical that we continue to enjoy the protections that we currently do have through the PPS and other preferential mechanisms. But there is, in our opinion, significant amount of scrap that still leaves our shores and finds its way out of this country. As we know, scrap, as I said, it's a diminishing resource. Obviously, with the lack of infrastructure development, there's less and less scrap being generated, which means there's a scarcity that's been created. And of course, but that is a global dilemma. But if we do again not protect our local industries, we will find that material will go to the highest bidder, and South African consumers of that scrap, like such as ourselves, will be forced to shut down operations in order to manage that exposure. What I have is a map here, and I won't be long, Mr. Chair. And the dark spot just represent those parts of the world that have applied restrictions on the export of scrap. And it's important to note that there's a much larger part of the globe that is focused on introducing various degrees of restrictions in order, again, to protect that limited resource. And as a country, I want to encourage the committee that we be absolutely alive to the reality that we face in this country with regards to scrap, and that we have to do more to protect local industries and businesses that do use electric arc furnace technologies and similar technologies. The price preferential system has worked, and we like to encourage government to continue promoting that system. It's been an efficient system, as we can see from numbers where export volumes have reduced significantly over the last 12 years, from 1.8 million tons to just below 500,000 tons. So that we've seen, tariff structures in action, and this is real outcomes, and of course, as an industry, we appreciate that. The threat is not gone. It continues, and it's alive. And we believe there's still a significant volume of scrap that leaves South Africa annually, and we would encourage government to do more. Mr. Chair, just as a point here, during the month of May, we were forced to stop our furnace operations on a few occasions, purely because we did run out of scrap. And I must mention that we were not alone. Some of our peers found themselves in exactly the same position as us, and it just talks to the real challenges that businesses such as ours do face when we run out of this particular resource. So it's absolutely critical for us that we ensure a reliable and a continuous supply, and we do not create these disruptions that cause and threaten our sustainability. And of course, in that environment, it's absolutely almost impossible to ensure future investments. And we are really excited about our future and the projects that we have in the pipeline, and we will continue to make the necessary investments on the basis that we get the necessary support and the protection that we need as an industry. As I said, SCORE's been around for many, many years, and it absolutely it's intended to be around for many more years to come. And as the last point, and this is just a request from us, as I said, as a key player in the sector, Mr. Chair, this is a request essentially from us to government and to this oversight committee. And these are the kind of initiatives, but some has actually been induced by some of the realities that we face in this country, and not necessarily by our own doing. Electricity is obviously a critical resource required to make this business functional, but the cost of electricity has become unsustainable. It's become a significant cost driver in our business, in many businesses such as ours. We know the story around gas and where that's heading. Rail and infrastructure story is known. Then, of course, scrap I've mentioned. But there's also great opportunities through green steel and other developments. The point here is that we need, besides just providing the protection mechanisms to better, let's call it, guard and protect our borders, is to create a platform that makes sustainability lot more certain, and provide and just assist businesses to remain competitive, particularly in a global environment where more and more countries are providing support to industry. Mr. Chair, as a last point from me, I just want to say to the committee, it'll be indeed a travesty and an injustice to this nation if we are the guardians of destruction. And I'll encourage this committee that we do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We shall proceed to the next presentation, which is by the African Rail Industry Association.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please have my latest presentation be slided? Thank you.
Chair, we just received it via email, Chair, so there may be a slight delay.
Chairperson, honorable members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Misela Nhlapo, the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association. We are also an expert council as recognized by the DTIC. We appear before this committee to support the vision of our country to reindustrialize. The designation of rail rolling stock as a priority value chain and steel as a strategic commodity. Chair, I want to open with the defining life philosophy of the men who built the industrial foundation of our country, Dr. Hendrik van der Bijl. And he said, I quote, "Whatever else you do, you will find that you derive the greatest pleasure from those of your actions and undertakings that create opportunity for others and reduce poverty. Dr. van der Bijl was ahead of his time. That speaks directly to the Sustainable Development Goals and the National Development Plan of this country to end poverty. Next slide, please. Chair and honorable members, if you were to engage one slide only today, I ask that it be this one. We have a generational unemployment crisis sitting along the single largest rolling stock procurement in our history. And under current conditions, we are exporting the two together. The arithmetic is verifiable and it is not comfortable, Chair. The previous procurement from our state-owned entity, the DTIC-owned designation sets a minimum local content threshold, minimum of 80% for wagons. There's billions of money leaving South Africa under today's threshold. Billions that could have built jobs, foundries, steel mills, and apprenticeship for the very cohort this committee serves. The instrument to change this already existing law. Our challenge is not legislation, it is, Chair, enforcement. ARIA present 4 targeted reforms achievable in 30 days, requiring no further legislation. Next slide, please. What is at stake? The human stake. Behind every figure, Chair, on the previous slides are people. Statistics South Africa in Q1 of 2026, it notes the high unemployment rate as reflected on my slide. The national unemployment is an emergency. A year ago, the youth unemployment was at over 60% and it has barely moved. This is structural condition, not a cyclical one. Chair, I want to be precise about what that means for the mandate of this committee. Rolling stock is not procurement. Rolling stock procurement is not today primarily a transport question. It is an industrial policy question. It sits squarely within the committee's jurisdiction and the DTIC localization policy. It is one of the few demand-side instruments that the state owns, controls, that is capable of moving structural unemployment numbers within this term of parliament, using already what we have. Next slide, please. As the jobs we lost, manufacturing has hollowed out. The deterioration of our industrial base was not inevitable. Manufacturing share of the GDP has fallen. 21% in 1994 to 13.6% in 2025. Those are the figures of the DTIC and the IDS. The rail freight share a ton-kilometer collapsed. The Transnet recorded losses over a number of years. And our last integrated long steel producer, AMSA, ran an EBITDA loss of 1.1 billion on its long business in 2024, requiring a 1.683 billion rescue. facility from IDC to avoid closure. This should be a lesson, Chair, when we do the current reforms, whether it's in logistics, electricity, and so forth. How we contract determines the future of this country. China now supplies approximately over 73% of South African steel import. That demand could sustain our steel industry. It is meant in full by imports. We are not facing a demand shortage. We are managing a policy failure. Next slide, please. The case against reindustrialization is always made in isolation. Steel as a pricing problem. Chair, they say we are not competitive. Rail as a freight logistics problem. AMSA as a request for subsidy, localization as procurement procedure. Chair, our submission is that none of those arguments survive contact with others because they describe the same system. Follow the sequence, Chair. Wagons import as blended thresholds suppress domestic steel demand. AMSA's business moves towards care and maintenance. The foundries and fabricators sector contracts. The country becomes structurally import dependent, and the jobs lost at every point in the value chain. We must reverse the sequence, enforce localization and real localization, Chair. We demand a predictable and bankable mills so that mills can invest, foundries, fabricators grow, and the employment dividend lands exactly the cohort facing over 60% unemployment. Chair, this is one production cycle. Steel lead the rail, rail demands steel. Both require patient capital and competitively priced electricity. Procurement is the gate that keeps demand at home, Chair. Next slide, please. Chair, yes, the arithmetic in full, available to cross-examination. Over 123.5 billion multiplied by 35%. Chair, that is not localization at today's blended threshold. Equals to 43.2 billion exported. Enforcing the minimum 80% threshold by National Treasury already prescribes the recover. Chair, sometimes we get bits and pieces of components that are being important in the country, and we just do cut, copy, and paste. What is absent is enforcement. I now draw Honorable Chair and honorable members the attention to the trade remedy gap. Most of the percentages and statistics have been covered by my colleagues. South Africa under HAS code 8606 at a tariff of 0 to 10% completely bypassed the anti-dumping duty on steel section. At second level, individual components and sub-assemblies, bogies, wheelset, castings, couplers, brake system cannot be imported separately. Under the current DTIC designation, that assembly process is credited as local content. That local content as prescribed, it's a thief from our future generation, for our future generation. Aria's position is unambiguous. That is not localization. That is import processing dressed as compliance. Local content must mean actual domestic manufacturing. These two reform closes both levels of this loophole, and the revision of section 1.6 and section 1.7 as required to do so. Next slide, please. The employment case for the submission rests on verified data, not advocacy estimates. The Institute of Economic Justice, Schroeder and Storm, Research Note 1 of 2020 calculated the closed input-output employment multiplier for South African industries. Structural metal products, which constitute the fabrication of core rolling stock, generate 6.7 jobs for every million rand of final demand, direct, indirect, and induced. The basic iron and steel generates 4.62 jobs million per rand. The economy-wide average is 6.87. Chair, these are type 2 employment multipliers, jobs per unit on final demand. They are not the 1.86 income multiplier sometimes cited, which measures income generated, not employment created. The correct numbers, direct localization procurement into rail steel fabrication is amongst the most employment-intensive uses of public expenditure available to the state. Next slide, please. Chair, we propose 4 reforms. DFI conditionality. Bind localization as a mandatory condition for all IDC, DBSA, NEF, PIC in all projects that are related to rail, by extension to steel. We must also take into consideration that the cost of capital is not only borne by the companies that have to implement. There must be a significant reduction of the cost of capital to redevelop our country. Chair, our constitution is clear. We are a developmental state, and no development finance institution should finance the rail procurement that does not comply with our country's vision, whether it's the constitution or the national development plan. We owe it to the constitution. Reform number 2, close the loophole, prohibit the imports of whether components, fully built or assembled wagons, and of the designated components. Note the rebate amendment under Section 75 of the Custom and Excise Act. This must be accompanied by a revision of the TTIC designation section of 1.6 and 1.7 to remove deemed local status for imported inputs and sub-assemblies. Local content must mean manufacturing, not assembly of imports. Reform number 3. We wait currently for network statement version 4. Chair, make local content compliance as a binding precondition for access onto our network. Chair, rail reform is a privilege and not a right. And localization from patriotic private sector and public sector must be a precondition. It must apply to all, because collectively as a country, we are rebuilding our country. When the state does not provide its state-owned entities with the necessary funding to implement its own policies, we are trading on very difficult grounds, Chair. Reform number 4, apply local content as as a pre-qualification condition, not a 15-point scored evaluation criteria. In all procurement under the PFMA, a threshold can be traded off against price, or BEE points is not threshold, it is aspirational. Chair, transformation is, we owe it to the people of this country. The study alone that we have done, the study is done, the instrument exists, the legislation is enforced, the ask is implementation from parliamentarians through to the lowest level in government, including the officials. Next slide, please. Chair, the future is on the continent. The domestic reforms are not ceiling. They are the floor from which South Africa access the continental market. The African Union Development Agency Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa anticipate over 30,000 kilometers of new railways across the continent by 2040. South Africa also holds approximately 4.5% of the continental rolling stock market export value. Against the capacity-driven potential, capturing the midpoint, Chair, represent an export opportunity. I present that clearly as ARIA's projection, conditional on scale, certification, and a credible domestic demand pipeline is imperative. That pipeline is precisely what the 4 reforms create, the nation that will supply the African rail market over the next two to 3 decades as one building binding domestic mandate today. South Africa, Chair, can position itself amongst the greatest in the world. We have an obligation from the African Union that as South Africa, we will champion the manufacturing of rail rolling stock. The continent awaits, Chair. In closing, Chair, last slide, please. Chair, as I close where I began with Dr. van der Bijl, he said to us, carry on. And the country carried on and industrialized. We are not asking this committee for something new. We are asking for the political will to continue with the heritage of those that left a heritage for us that we need to rebuild. This country has always decided. There's a new age, Chair, of protectionism. The use of standards. We must also warn, Chair, that the railway safety regulator must not adopt international standards that will disadvantage local companies. The CBAM, Chair, is another protection measure. The net zero, Chair, is another protection measure. When we don't comply with all this, we cannot survive for exports. Our specific ask is that this committee recommends to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition and to the Minister of Transport that the 4 reforms be adopted within 30 days and that the presidency convene a rail industrialization compact to implement and report on them. ARIA is quite firm on the following, Chair. We cannot, as a country, accept the worst case scenario of a generation that has never worked. Chair, my last note to this committee. The Africa we want will not be important. We must build it ourselves. As mandated, we carry on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think at this stage, I would like to welcome the chairperson of the committee. He's ready to take on from now going forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you very much.
The next presentation, Chair, for your guidance is now the Steel Tube Export Association.
No, thank you very much for holding the fort. I've listened to all the presentation, I think, except to the first 2. So the rest I've been in just to try and follow up. The only thing that is strange before we allow the next association to come through is that the two presentations from SCORE Matters and the rail sector are by people that are from the East Rand, where I come from. We normally declare in the committee. I'm glad that I was not chairing at that time, Comrade Chair. So let's allow the next presentation to come through.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to stakeholders and the steel industry at large. Is my presentation visible?
Let's see. Not yet. Yes, we can see it now.
You can see it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Kitumetse Mumakwe. I represent the Steel Tube Export Association of South Africa. Basically, our presentation is going to be focused on the positive impact that industrial policy interventions have had and have been welcomed by industry, specifically looking at the steel review and the renewable energy supply chain review. On the 19th of March 2025, review of steel tariff structure was initiated by ITAC. The review found that South African steel industry stakeholders faced numerous challenges and that many major economies imposed big tariffs to protect their domestic industries amid global steel overcapacity and associated trade diversions. On the 20th of August of that year, preliminary determinations were published. All carbon welded steel tube and pipe HS codes that the Association of Steel Tube and Pipe Manufacturers of South Africa had submitted and motivated for, together with their members, were provisionally approved for the respective import duties to be increased to the WTO bound rate of 15%. On the 20th of May 2026, South Africa imposed the steepest and broadest steel tariffs. The biggest protectionist move in 2 decades, to shield the local industry from cheap imports. The move by the International Trade Administration Commission of South Africa, ITAC, came after the conclusion of its biggest steel review in 20 years, which covered about 67 billion worth of imports. Within this review, various rebate provisions were also approved, enabling duty-free imports of steel products that are not manufactured locally, including certain rails, wire rods, pipes, and heavy structural steel. The rebates are intended to protect downstream manufacturers from unnecessary cost increases if local supply does not exist. The final determination of the 20th of May 2026 saw all 9 steel tube and pipe HS codes officially increased to the WTO import bound rate of 15%. This move was welcomed by the steel tube and pipe industry. The pipe industry awaits the final determination of ITAC's import control process that has an impact on steel tubes and pipes for infrastructure and water supply. If we look at the key challenges addressed by the steel tariff structure review, overall, South Africa's steel industry has shed an estimated 25,000 jobs since 2009. The implemented bound rate duties at the same time are intended to create a stable and predictable environment for investment in the steel value chain. ITAC's report recommended a holistic, integrated package for trade measures and non-trade interventions to restore the domestic industry's competitiveness. The report also notes that duties will support domestic industrialization, safeguard employment, and ensure access to essential inputs. Moving on to the second, moving on to the second industrial policy intervention that took place. This is in the renewable energy value chain. So on the 17th of April, ITEC published a government gazette that basically gave interested parties 4 weeks to comment on a number of focus areas. As per ITEC, during the publication period, an excess of 45 submissions were received from interested parties, ranging from requests for duty increases, consideration of certain products for possible relaxation of import controls, consideration of specific products for inclusion under local content requirements, a relook into the list of products authorized for importation under the stage consignment policy, and other general comments on the potential impact of the review on the renewable energy industry value chain. So based on these submissions and the analysis of the evidence before ITEC made one of the following preliminary determinations, among others. So on the 27th of March 2026, a preliminary determination was pronounced that there exists a need to exclude solar panels, single-axis trackers, inverters, fasteners, and tower sections from qualification under the stage consignment policy, as some level of domestic manufacturing capacity exists in these subsectors. This is to be done in collaboration with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and also SARS. Industry looks forward to the final determination. The key challenges addressed by this review for input material in the renewable energy value chain is that it addresses a lack of domestically manufactured steel products in domestic renewable energy projects. It addresses a depressed manufacturing capacity utilization in our manufacturing mills and facilities. It staves off deindustrialization and the loss of employment in the sector. It significantly reduces imports. It also increases fiscus revenue through import tariffs previously circumvented through stage consignment. If one looks at the reimagined industrial policy, which is basically underpinned by the outcomes of 7 strategic outcomes, which are industrialization, investment, infrastructure, integration through completion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement legal modalities, and a shift in export promotion and business forums towards a greater focus on opportunities in other African countries. If we look at inclusion in terms of equity, this entails basically the widening of the entrepreneurial base through the Black Industrialist Program and SMME enhancement. Inclusion also has a spatial element, which basically includes the launching of township economy programs and revitalizing a special economic zone approach. This also encompasses innovation through the digital economy, developing and diffusing new technologies. Now, the challenges to basically all these ideals have been addressed in the DTIC presentation, and there are green shoots in most of basically the industrial policy. And I think like Tafaja from CIFSA alluded to, I think implementation, or rather the speed of implementation to all these ideals and objectives is key to us being able to move from where we are to where we want to see ourselves in terms of industrial policy. A few weeks ago, there was a publication came out basically that noted that Morocco had become the most industrialized African country, just surpassing South Africa. And I did one simple exercise, and that was basically to look at where Morocco's ports of export rank in the global port efficiency index. And the Moroccan port, Tangier basically is the 5th most efficient port of export in the world. And basically this gave credence to obviously the fact that this means that the export supply chain is very competitive. And when I looked at where our ports were, I looked at Durban. So the index basically evaluates 403 global ports. Durban languages dead lost, 403 out of 403. And Cape Town was at 400. So it just shows that we've got a lot of work to do. Like I said, it's not that nothing is being done. There are reforms to improving our supply chain and our export supply chain, but a lot of work needs to be done. And it is understood, and we are cognizant that industrial policy does not happen overnight because you're literally reforming an entire economy. But I think we need to start seeing sort of a trajectory and start working towards it. And it's not impossible. I think just working together towards it steadily, we can definitely see ourselves clawing back the non-competitiveness that is currently prevailing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We agreed, most Honorable Kigaba, that we're taking all the presentations, right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So we will now go to the next one, which is the Recycling Association of South Africa. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, are you able to load up the presentation?
I just need my sharing enabled, and then I'll be loading the presentation shortly.
It has been enabled, Ms. Straffen.
In the meantime, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, good morning. My name is Jeff Borragero, Chairperson of the Recycling Association of South Africa. I'm joined today by Nancy Strachan of RASA and Quinton Starkey of the Metal Recycling Association. We thank the committee for the opportunity to make this follow-up submission on the Steel and Metal Fabrication Master Plan. We have circulated a detailed written submission. I'll speak to the key points and we're happy to answer questions afterwards. Our submission raises 6 core concerns. Firstly, there is currently no functioning steel master plan for this committee to oversee. If there is a master plan, industry is uncertain as to who still sits on the committees and who's a part of the process. The original signatories have all expired, and to the best of our knowledge, no new governance structure or leadership from the metal recycling sector has been appointed. Second, the price preference system operates as a de facto export ban. The temporary prohibition of exports in 2022 and 23 was never lifted. It was simply replaced by the PPS mechanism. Scrap metal exports remain prohibited unless local buyers first reject the material through the OTP process administered by the PPS, after which a 20% export duty still applies. Combined with the seller place transport rule, this suppresses prices and blocks exports for many legitimate sellers. Third, ITAC adjudication minutes and data from December 2024 to July 2025, together with the refined PPS lists of 1 to 95, reveal consistent patterns of anti-competitive conduct, biodominance, prolonged pending statuses, declines on grounds of unreasonable engagement, and interprovincial blocking that fragments the market and excludes small players. Fourth, institutional safeguards have failed. Despite the memorandum of understanding between ITAC and the Competition Commission, no concerns raised by the recycling sector have ever been referred to the Competition Commission. ITAC's own technical team has stated it has neither the competition expertise nor any flagging system to detect anti-competitive conduct. The DTIC's own impact study recommended the suspension of the PPS pending an investigation into the system manipulation. That recommendation has not been implemented. But despite multiple formal written complaints, oral representations, and follow-up letters, the Competition Commission has not provided any substantive response. There is no evidence of any dedicated review of the competitive effects of the PPS. 6, the upstream sector, small and medium recyclers, SMEs, and approximately 400,000 informal collectors are left at the mercy of dominant buyers. Even certain mini mills have confirmed that the current PPS structure is unworkable unless they themselves subsidize transport costs. I'll turn to the Steel Master Plan. There's simply no active plan for this committee to oversee. The original signatories have expired some time ago. No new signatories have been appointed, and no governance structures or implementation committee that includes the metal recycling sector exists. Without an active master plan that includes the largest employing sector in the steel value chain, references to implementation progress lack a coherent framework. We need a transparent and clear consultative process that focuses on action and outcomes. We therefore recommend that the committee require the DTIC to provide a clear status report on the master plan, including timelines for reconstitution of governance structures and stakeholder signatories before the oversight engagements proceed. PPS as a de facto export ban, a powerful and destructive non-tariff barrier. The claim that the scrap export ban was lifted in 2022-2023 is factually incorrect. Any proposal that recommends the temporary suspension of ferrous scrap exports pending assessment of domestic supply conditions should be condemned in the strongest possible way. Just to be clear, there is a ban on the export of all scrap metal, and this has been the case for more than 13 years now. PPS acts as an exemption to export only what the local market does not want. All scrap metal exports are still prohibited unless the local buyers first reject that material via the OTP process administered by the PPS. Even then, a 20% export duty applies on the material for which there is no local demand. The seller pays transport rule further requires sellers, often in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, or other provinces, to absorb uneconomic interprovincial transport costs simply to make the material available to distant buyers. This combination functions as a powerful and destructive non-tariff barrier that keeps domestic scrap artificially cheap for a concentrated group of local buyers while blocking exports for everyone else. Annual scrap metal exports have collapsed to less than 5% of the annual scrap metal availability, and these exports consist only of the material rejected by the local market. The ITAC adjudication minutes from December 2024 to July 2025 and the refined PPS lists of 1 to 95 contain clear patterns. A small number of dominant local buyers account for the overwhelming majority of successful OTP responses and PPS sales. Applications are routinely pending for extended periods and then declined on the grounds of unreasonable engagement or no response to OTP after negotiations have dragged on. Buyers with existing dispute debts to sellers use blocking offers to prevent the same sellers from selling elsewhere, placing a stranglehold on payments. Interprovincial transport cost manipulation is used to force sellers in outlying provinces to absorb costs that make offers uneconomic or face decline. Many mills themselves have confirmed that the PPS system is unworkable without a buyer subsidy. In other words, the buyers have admitted that the PPS discounts are so large that without their support, sales on PPS would not be possible. This results in market fragmentation, price suspension in source provinces, and the systemic exclusion of smaller recyclers and the informal sector. A memorandum of understanding exists between ITAC and the Competition Commission precisely to address anti-competitive risks arising from trade measures such as the PPS. Yet the ITAC Commissioner has confirmed that no concerns raised by the metal recycling sector have ever been referred to the Competition Commission. Furthermore, ITAC's technical team has advised that it has no expertise in competition matters and operates with no flagging system, meaning that there is no system to identify any anti-competitive conduct when administering the PPS. This represents a complete failure of the institutional safeguards that were supposed to accompany the PPS, including the technical working group. The DTIC's own impact assessment recommended that PPS be suspended pending a full investigation into the system manipulation. That recommendation has not been implemented. The metal recycling sector has exhausted every available channel. We have submitted formal written complaints, made oral presentations, and sent multiple follow-up letters to the Competition Commission. All have been met with silence or non-substantive acknowledgements. There's no evidence of any dedicated department, task team, or investigation currently reviewing the competitive effects of the PPS. This failure raises serious questions about the administrative justice, transparency, and the effective operation of the Competition Act. Parliament has a constitutional oversight duty to ensure that Chapter 5 institutions function effectively. Regarding scarcity of ferrous scrap, independent data confirms that there is no structural scarcity of ferrous scrap. The cumulative available scrap well exceeds 46 million tons by 2024, with annual availability exceeding 1 to 2 million tons after domestic use. The problem lies in collection incentives distorted by the PPS and the export duty. The Genesis analysis conducted for governments shows that prices below approximately 4,200 Rand per ton for ferrous scrap suppresses collections, especially from the informal sector and small operators. In times of perceived scarcity, keeping domestic prices artificially low does the opposite of increasing supply. It suppresses collections from the very price-sensitive participants the policy claims to protect. The PPS keeps prices paid to suppliers too low to incentivize collection, while the export duty drives scrap to landfill, directly undermining the circular economy and steel decarbonization goals set out in the Industrial Development Strategy 2026. Policy intended to retain scrap for local beneficiation is instead facilitating the export of semi-finished steel while competing billets flood into the country. In 2025, semi-finished steel imports surged sixfold to nearly 196,000 tons. At the same time, electric steel producers exported 620,000 tons of steel billets. Minimills purchase scrap at the PPS discounted price, currently 30% below export parity, plus seller pays transport, melt it using significant electricity, and export the billets, avoiding the full price preference system and export duty that applies to raw scrap. One reported period showed arbitrage value exceeding 1.5 billion. This represents the substantial wealth transfer from the poorest to the poor to a certain few mini mills and exporters' interests. While exporting embodied energy and importing competing semi-finished steel, the opposite of the beneficiation circular economy and decarbonization objectives in the Industrial Development Strategy 2026. The DTI's administration of the PPS under the International Trade Administration Act stands in direct tension with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental's mandates under the National Environmental Management Waste Act of 59 of 2008. DFFE classifies scrap metal as a waste and imposes duties to promote the waste hierarchy and prevent pollution. The DTIC treats scrap primarily as a strategic industrial feedstock and uses trade measures to suppress its price and block its export. These statutory mandates are not aligned. By design, the PPS suppresses prices paid to collectors and recyclers. This reduces the economic viability of legitimate collection, particularly by small, medium enterprises and 400,000 members of the informal sector. Lower collection rates increase the risk of illegal dumping and leakage into landfill. Outcomes directly contrary to the objectives of the Waste Act and the circular economy goals of the Industrial Development Strategy 2026. Artificially depressed prices also undermine extended producer responsibility schemes because producers cannot meet their legal EPR obligations if the upstream collection system is economically distorted by trade policy. The resulting jurisdictional conflict creates policy incoherence, and exposes government to legal challenge on the grounds of irrationality and failure to give effect to environmental rights under Section 24 of the Constitution. The combination of the PPS seller pays transport, selective blocking, and the export duty has driven scrap prices in many regions to levels at which small and medium recyclers cannot operate profitably. Approximately 400,000 waste pickers and informal collectors, the most vulnerable participants in the circular economy, are most severely affected by suppressed prices and reduced offtake. Even the beneficiaries of the current system have stated that the PPS structure is not workable unless they themselves subsidize transport costs. This places the entire upstream sector at the discretionary power of dominant buyers and directly contradicts the Industrial Development Strategy of 2026, which positions the circular economy and steel decarbonization as central pillars. We therefore place the following recommendations before the committee. The immediate suspension of the current price preference system, pending its comprehensive independent review of its design, administration, and competitive effects, as was stated by the DTIC itself. Direct the Competition Commission to initiate a formal investigation or market inquiry into the administration of the PPS, including all outstanding complaints from the recycling sector and the emergence of billion conversion and export as a form of regulatory arbitrage, and to report that to this committee within a defined frame time. Require the DTIC to provide a full status report on the steel and metal fabrication master plan, including why signatories have not been renewed and what governance arrangements are now in place. Summon the DTIC to explain why the recommendations in its own impact study, suspension of the PPS pending investigation to manipulation, has not been implemented. Establish a dedicated parliamentary oversight process to monitor the competitive and developmental impacts of all trade measures affecting the steel and recycling value chains. Ensure that any future mechanisms balancing domestic steel needs with export rights includes transparent pricing, protection for small and medium recyclers, and safeguards against buyer dominance and interprovincial exclusion. Honourable Chairperson and members, the current framework for the regulatory scrap metal exports is not achieving the stated policy objectives of the Industrial Development Strategy 2026, the circular economy agenda, or the constitutional imperatives of inclusive economic participation and just administrative action. It is entrenching dominance by a small number of local buyers, suppressing prices and market access for small and medium recyclers and approximately 400,000 South Africans in the informal sector, weakening the upstream feedstock supply essential for the decarbonization and operating without effective competition oversight despite the existence of formal safeguards, all in the absence of a functioning steel master plan. RASA and MRA respectfully call on the Portfolio Committee to exercise its constitutional oversight mandate to restore fairness, transparency, and policy coherence in the recycling value chain. Thank you. We remain available to provide further evidence, data, and clarification to the committee and its researchers. We thank you for your attention, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. The next presentation, please, Andrew.
Chair is from Mr. Mark Fine from the Scrap Recycling Coalition.
Okay. If they can
Can you
proceed
all
also
see it?
within 15 minutes, yes.
Can you all see and hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you, but we want to
All
see
right,
the
excellent.
presentation.
I'm sure you do. I think that following on from what is an absolute tour de force by RASA and MRA, it would be pointless for me to put on the presentation. So I'd rather just make some comments and help you speed up your program, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. We have a problem here because every single one of the presenters, except the beneficiaries of the policies, have pointed out, and every single statistic points out, that the DTIC has been a monumental failure. Its policies have been a monumental failure. Industrialization is I don't even know what to call it. Deindustrialization is just too soft. It's a catastrophe. The policies that have been implemented have benefited a few oligarchs, and unfortunately at the expense of the economy as a whole. Just for example, on the PPS, very simple calculation, is about 250,000 tons a month, theoretically, of steel scrap in the country. And the current steel price as per PPS is about 4,000 Rand a ton, which implies that before the 30% discount, the actual value of the scrap is 6,000. That's 2,000 Rand a ton difference on 250,000 tons every month. That's 500 million Rand every month that is going into the pockets of a few oligarchs. Simple and straightforward calculation. What benefits have you possibly achieved from it? In 13 years, that adds up to 78 billion Rand that has been taken from the pockets of South Africans, mines, waste collectors, manufacturing companies that rely on that scrap income, and it's been put into the pockets of people for what? The scrap-based mini mills produce products, for example, by and large, it would be reinforcing bars for construction. They don't make cheaper sheet to build cars with or anything. There's a silo effect when it comes to scrap metal. You generally cannot get flat sheet certified if it has been made out of predominantly scrap. So they only have a defined market. The market can only absorb so much of their rebar and of that's the whole SADC market, and their rebar, their wire products, etc. It can only absorb that. So there was never a shortage of scrap. It was always a policy designed with one aim in mind, and that is to provide dirt cheap scrap to the RDC funded mini mills. Simple, straightforward. Now I'll tell you why. I also tell you that the DTIC has been an abject failure. If you just look at the Competition Commission, I'll mention some names. It's got nothing to do with them individually necessarily, but Cape Gate, for example, has just had their appeal court referral sent back because it took 17 years. 17 years for this case to actually get to the appeal situation. And what makes it worse is that when you have a company that, which I also agree is a travesty of justice taking that long, but their argument is that they did nothing wrong, which implies that they've been doing the same, they've been engaged in the same behavior the whole time for 17 years, which is, as I say, is because they don't think they've done anything wrong. I'm going to end off just quickly because this is to the Oversight Committee. You guys, unfortunately, are failing. You've allowed this to continue for at least 13 years. You've allowed the deindustrialization to occur. The framers of the Constitution put in place excellent laws, but it requires people and the oversight functions to function correctly. You guys really need to get stuck into this deindustrialization, as in a total review. There has to be responsibility, measurability, and accountability. And unfortunately, that's been severely lacking. My apologies for speaking so directly, but we are past this meeting every year, every June, have another meeting, whatever. It's beyond that. There's a catastrophe. Okay. Scrapyards are a reflection of the economy as a whole, and they are closing down left, right, and center. My staff are on half-time. Okay, and I'm not alone. Believe me, there's been a 50% apparent contraction in scrap arisings. You guys need to do something, please. All right, thank you. Oh, and one last thing. Aria, that presentation, you really need to listen to that lady's presentation. She really has, she's not just an excellent presentation, but she came up with some very concrete, immediate steps that you could be taking. All right, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. The Parliament is a democratic institution, so we really are here to serve. Sometimes it's not about hearing good news; it's about hearing the facts. So I'm absolutely fine with the comments you've made because it's probably a wake-up call. We might not have been here for 13 years for us to take a closer look into this, but we will discuss. Thank you very much. And the next presentation, please.
Chair, I think that concludes the presentations. Chair, I think SASIC is not making a presentation, so we may proceed with the Q&A, Chair.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm happy. I will now allow members to engage with all the presentation. We probably have like
Chair, I
an
don't know
hour.
if Mr. My apologies, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, my apologies. I don't know Mr. Frederick Cock is part of raise his hand, Chair. I just want to clarify if you allow him, Chair.
Who's that?
Mr. De Cock raised his hand.
Okay,
So
Mr.
I just
Tikok,
don't know.
Okay, Mr. Tikok, can you please address us?
Yes. Good morning. It's actually good afternoon. Thank you for the abrupt, quick comment here, if you don't mind. So my name is Freddie de Kock, and I represent the Hindock Group of companies. Our core manufacturing capabilities are in the wire products and roofing industries. So we operate manufacturing facilities across South Africa and employ in excess of 2,500 people. Our two major manufacturing sites in Durban are in Durban and Germiston, where we employ around 2,000 people. We supply critical sectors of the economy, including construction, mining, retail, agriculture, and industrial. And I would like to bring 3 points to your attention. The first point is the steel scrap policy, which has been debated. The scrap steel policy was introduced to reduce the cost of steel in South Africa. And in many respects, the policy has worked and continues to be successful from a downstream manufacturer's point of view. However, what is not working is that South Africa is now exporting large volumes of steel billets. And this was never the intention of the policy. Steel billets should be converted locally into finished products for domestic consumption and for export-driven manufacturing. That is where the real job creation takes place. For every ton of steel processed downstream, the employment impact can be many times greater than simply exporting semi-finished material. Exporting billet also means exporting electricity, industrial capacity, and value-added opportunity. South Africa is not simply exporting semi-finished steel. We're exporting the energy and the magnification potential that we should be used to create local jobs. This should be actively discouraged, and billet exports should be penalized where they undermine the downstream manufacturing. China, for example, has restricted the export of billets through the issuing of export licenses. Their policy is clear. The steel should be converted into finished goods, supporting local manufacturing, local jobs, and export competitiveness. South Africa should be following the same principle. We should not be exporting billets while our downstream manufacturers are fighting for survival. Secondly, and the most important point I would like to raise is the circumvention of the duties. Sorry.
No, apologies.
Sorry. The second is the circumvention of duties that's been mentioned. If we continue on the current path, South Africa will continue to export jobs, mainly to China. I recently evaluated what would happen if Hindock were to stop most of its local manufacturing and instead import certain key products. The result was clear. We could reduce our workforce by around 80% from approximately 2,000 employees to 400 employees and only continue manufacturing products that are either unique to us or where import logistics still create limitations. That is the reality facing South African manufacturers. The harm caused to local industry and also to legitimate importers who comply with the law has reached a breaking point. As long as we allow fraudulent importers to avoid duties, more jobs will be lost. Import duties are meant to level the playing field. They exist because manufacturers in countries such as China benefit from subsidies and structural advantages that can be as high as 25%. But if South Africa cannot ensure that all import duties are properly paid, then we need to have an honest discussion about whether steel duties should exist at all. That may sound extreme, but the current situation is also extreme. The higher the duties are, the more legitimate companies are penalized when others are allowed to avoid them. In that environment, duties no longer protect local manufacturing, they actually punish the companies that follow the rules. If duties are not enforced properly, South African manufacturers become uncompetitive while fraudsters benefit. The long-term result is simple. Factories will close, jobs will be lost, and more than half of the local mills could be placed at serious risk. Government's role should be to create an environment that is conducive to business, investment, manufacturing, and job creation, not to hamper it. Policy must be practical, enforceable, and supportive of companies that are prepared to invest, employ people, and manufacture locally. Third and lastly, if South Africa introduces import control or restrictions, then we must ensure that the circumvention is not possible. If controls are introduced without proper enforcement, the injury to downstream industry will be exponentially worse. Downstream manufacturers must be part of the consultation process whenever import controls are proposed. We are the companies that employ the people, add the value, and carry the consequences when policy does not work as intended. There's also a broader global issue that must be acknowledged. Around the world, governments continue trying to keep outdated and uneconomic steel capacity alive. The result is structural oversupply in the global steel industry, which places further pressure on legitimate manufacturers. South Africa should not simply focus on protecting old capacity at all costs. We should be focusing on competitiveness, new technology, efficient production, downstream beneficiation, and export-capable manufacturing. The objective should not be to preserve outdated industrial models, but to build a new steel and downstream manufacturing sector that can compete globally. For the first time ever, South Africa has become a net importer of wire and wire products. That should be a major warning sign. The wire industry was once a leading example of South African steel beneficiation, converting local steel into finished products, supplying the domestic market, and exporting globally. We need policy that protects the capability, supports legitimate manufacturers and importers, and prevents circumvention, encourages investment into new technology, and keep the jobs in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. de Kock. We allowed you, I thought you would be probably 5 minutes, but it's fine. And let me now come back to the members. If we can really be mindful that we want to give everyone an opportunity to engage with the presentations, and there were many of these presentations. I'm not trying to limit you, but at least if we can do whatever we're doing within an hour, and then allow the industry and especially the department, ITech and Competition Commission to come in, because there's quite a number of issues that are being raised by all these presentations, including the proposals. Andrew, you'll help me with the hands.
Correct, Chair. Mr. Mkutu raised his hand so far, Chair.
Honorable Mkutu, you'll be number 1.
Mr. Chance.
Member Chance, number 2. Okay, let's proceed.
Those are the 2. And Mr. Gama, Chair.
Member Gama, you'll be third. You'll just enter, colleagues. I don't have to come in between you. Enter in that line so that we don't waste time.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, mine will just be comments, because I think that there are solid proposals that have been raised in the meeting, and maybe ours then is to again look at the proposals and consolidate some of the proposals based, of course, on the outcomes of this meeting. I think, Chair, we've been vindicated in relation to some of our comments ever since our term has started. I think the general agreement here is that the steel industry is a very important industry or sector if we are to industrialize our economy. And therefore, what happens at the level of the industry can't be left to chance. That's the first thing that I think there's an agreement on here. The second agreement, not you, Mr. Chance, the second agreement that I think there is a general view around, which of course we've been raising, is the protection of local industry. And I heard one presenter here was talking about import substitution industrialization. And when we've been saying that we need to protect local industries through import substitution industrialization, we were seen as people who are speaking voodoo industrial policy or voodoo economics. Because the mainstream economic trajectory in South Africa speaks about trade liberalization, deregulating the markets. And what that has done, it has put us where we are, of being a consumer of goods and an exporter of raw materials. Now, the view has always been that the challenge in the steel industry is a demand issue. And today, Chair, I think one of the presenters actually made the point that in actual fact, the challenges in the steel industry are not a demand challenge, but a consequence of failed planning and policy instruments. And I think, Chair, I agree with that, absolutely. And I'm worried, Chair, when I listen to the interactions, that there seems to be a misalignment between the new industrial policy and some of the interventions that are being made in this meeting in relation to the firm proposals that are being made on how do we protect the industry, how do we grow the industry, and how do we create policy frameworks to protect the industry from further erosion from the global markets. My sense, Chair, is that maybe we should have a session again where we discuss the industrial policy with the sector. And really, Chair, to get a sense of whether there has been proper process of consultation. And maybe the question that I would ask, was the sector involved in the process of consultation to draft the new industrial policy? Maybe that is my question, Chair. But overall, Chair, I think that this is a crisis of really failed policy. It's a crisis of lack of political will. All developed countries, Chair, have developed because they were able to protect their infant industries and protect strategic industries. And they've used those industries to drive industrialization and grow their economies and lend to higher levels of productive capacity. Now, we are doing the opposite in this country. And I think, Chair, to hear it from other people, because we sound like we're mad, we sound like we're in record, it is quite refreshing. And I would like to encourage the sector to push on and to organize as much as they can. They have my support, and they must be clear on what at a policy level we can do to push back this devastation in the steel industry. If it means we must write private member bills, they must help us do that so that we challenge the status quo that is built on nothing else but greed. It is built on nothing else but a complete misalignment to the future that we want in South Africa. And indeed, our solutions will not come from anywhere else. The context of our problems, we know them better. There are no policy prescripts that are going to come from somewhere else to tell us how to solve our problems. And I think, Chair, we need to be decisive. And I'm saying here now that I'm available. If there are private bills that we must write to ensure that we help you in terms of your pushing back against some of these right-wing policies, we will help you. The Afrikaner state, of course, you can blame it for racial policies, but it was a decisive state, it was a developmental state in a true sense, and it has done all of these things in terms of building capacity of industry to drive and fuel the South African economy. And I'm asking, why can't we do that, but in a more inclusive way, so that we resolve the issue of unemployment, we resolve the issue of poverty in this country? And stop with these talk shops, but be practical, be decisive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's me next, Mr. Chance here. So, yeah, I rarely have been in a committee meeting where virtually everybody expressed frustration, even outrage at the policy situation we find ourselves in and the consequences of those policies. It's clear that policies and incentives and instruments have consequences. And in many instances, the consequences have been negative. And it's really sad to hear Ms. Kobe Tlapo's quotation from Dr. Hendrik de Bail, opportunity for others and reducing poverty, seems to be lost in those policy directives. And the fact that those policy directives have been in place for so long, when their negative consequences have been so evident for so long, is itself a problem. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing the responses from the DTIC, from the ITAC, and from the Competition Commission on some of the criticisms that were raised in this morning's meeting. If we cast our mind back to the first time this committee met the metal sector, we also had AMSA in that meeting. They didn't appear today for some reason, but you know, the situation at AMSA has got even more dire than when it was presented to us then. And the IDC is obviously in an excruciating dilemma as to whether and how and with what resources it is going to rescue AMSA, because let's face it, it is a rescue. And the point that was made by Mr. de Kock at the end about retaining outdated steel capacity is very much important in this discussion. And he and others, I think also the CIPSA presentation was very strong on focusing on competitiveness, innovation, and building downstream value-added capacity, as opposed to trying to keep alive old industries. Now, none of these decisions are easy. This is the problem that I think this committee must confront. And that is that tough decisions are not easy. They never are easy, and they're going to be winners as well as losers. And in many instances, the losers are the ones with the loudest voices, because they tend to be the bigger players with greater resources, and the smaller guys are the ones that are suffering but don't have the voice. And I think that what I would like to see happen, Chairperson, is that the Secretariat produce a report on this meeting, which will be very detailed. I myself have written something like 14 pages of notes. I was scribbling away endlessly because a huge amount of information has come our way, which I think that we as a committee need to think through very carefully and digest and draw conclusions from, which we can then use to write a recommendation, which will obviously be tabled in Parliament, but also submitted to the department for serious consideration. I don't think there can be any doubt that the current situation cannot continue. I mean, the point that was made earlier by, I think again, Mr. de Kock, was that when the support for local mills was introduced, the idea was to supply local downstream manufacturers and fabricators. But now we have a situation where thousands of tons of raw billet steel is being exported. And that essentially is what Mr. Fine and Mr. Karayeva were pointing out, that there was a shift of value and of profit from the recyclers to the mini mills, and that is now being exported, and we're exporting electricity, which is it's actually a crime. So these things have to be properly understood, and the point about demand is also critical. And somebody made the point, well, while we don't have demand in this country, because we're only growing at 0.51%, we should be looking at supplying countries that do have demand, the countries that are growing at 4 or 5%. Most of those countries are just up the road from us in Africa, or many of them are. And clearly the build opportunity, which was described to us earlier in terms of the mining of critical minerals, is providing a huge opportunity for intermediate steel products to be supplied to those markets. And that is something which needs to be exploited greatly. It is really a crying shame that that the export development activities of his institution and others receive such minuscule amounts of support, in the sort of ones or twos of millions, when billions of rands are being spent on incentives. So it seems to me that there is a lot of opportunity to create a greater focus on identifying sectors within the steel industry which are competitive and which we need to build more competency in. I think that the other thing is that this steel industry is a very complex industry. It goes all the way from digging ore out of the ground to supplying finished products. And as Dr. Makubi pointed out in the very first presentation, every element of that, South Africa is strong in some and weak in others. And then somebody also made the point that there's no point in us even trying to compete with the Chinese in areas where we simply don't have the cost competitiveness. So we have to make these tough choices where instead of having knee-jerk policy reactions which benefit people who scream the loudest, we need to be looking at what is the long-term plan for South Africa's development. Again, going back to the 1920s, what was the long-term plan? Ms. Kobe and Schlabo again pointed out that it was the construction of the railways that led to the building of the steel mills, which led to the manufacturing of the rails, which then led to industrialization. This is how it works. I remember going down to the town of Richmond in the Northern Cape last year, and I went to the Richmond Museum, and there was a fabulous map of South Africa's rail network, and I think it was from the 1920s or 30s, and it was unbelievable. It looked like the network of blood vessels in a human body. It was so extensive. Many of those are now defunct. So we do have the opportunity to industrialize Africa. We industrialized South Africa over the last century and a half. We can industrialize Africa over the next century using our industrial capacity. And I'm thoroughly behind the idea of localization, but only if it is competitive. My final point, Chair, concerns the Eskom transmission build plan over the next few years, 14,000 kilometers. Now, there's a problem that I feel is that the first bid window has gone out. I think about 1,800 or so kilometers of transmission. Those contracts are being given to international manufacturers who partner with local agents, essentially, who have no manufacturing capacity at all, but they are BE compliant. And there seems to be a huge contradiction in the legislation between incentives for BE compliant businesses, on the other hand, that have no local manufacturing capability, and the local manufacturers who may not have a BE compliance, then they are being excluded from these deals. And it was very, very pertinent that virtually every one of the presentations that we saw this morning was focused on the key drivers of growth. And I'll take the 5 variables which CIFSA presented: production, investment, employment, exports, and steel consumption. And he correctly pointed out that if policies don't result in the increase of any one of those, then don't bother with the policy. Those must be the criteria that determine policy outcomes. So, Chair, those are my comments. I do think that the input from ITAC and CC and Department are going to be vital, because they will determine the extent to which we think that they are responsive to the concerns raised today. And I look forward to us as a committee deliberating on these issues further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I join in with the other members in terms of accepting the presentations, and thank you very much for giving us your progress reports, as it were, because it's not the first time that you appear before this committee. And I think, as Member Mkutu said, we as a committee have been belying the fact that our industrial policy seems to be an austere one. We have been calling out for state-led infrastructure investments, which we believe would tend to catalyze economic growth in the country by making sure that there is infrastructure that is being built to deal with a myriad of problems, some of them structural, some of them cyclical, in our economy, to enable us to move forward. And I think coming closer to this sector, ours is to say, what kind of industrial policy should we have, which should make sure that it is value chain based. I think that at the level of the DTIC, we need to have some kind of a steel champion who will look at this value chain, take into account all of these inputs that have been made, look at iron ore, chrome, steel value chain, assist us to move towards fabricated products, issues about the rail hardware that have been talked about, the fact that although we do have competitive supplier development, procurement strategies and rules, but they are not being applied, and there is a tendency to go and import things that could actually be made here in South Africa. But also we need to look at the whole issue of the WTO rules and the fact that we must, as a country, protect our own industries first and foremost. Our attitude should be that of protecting our country's industries first, and making sure that we have a competitive supply chain and that our value chain is optimized on a localized basis. So if we could have this steel industry champion at the level of DTIC, who must be willing to swim against the neoliberal tide that we've always been pointing out as a committee, that the DTIC seems to think that it should leave everything to the private sector. And all that happens is that if the private sector is also acting in a vacuum, we find the kind of industry, the way that our industry and the steel industry has actually been dissected is actually very bad. I mean, our foundries, our smelters, all of those are gone because there is no infrastructure-led growth. So even the economic growth, even the fact that manufacturing as a percentage of GDP has come down from 22% to about 13.9%, which we have been belaboring in the portfolio committee. There is a need for an assessment and to say, even in this new industrial policy that was presented to us yesterday, there does not seem to be a sense of urgency in terms of how to turn around our economy and what is it that we need to do. The state has to centrally lead certain of these initiatives in order for us to turn the tide against this deindustrialization that is being talked about. So I agree with some of the speakers who are saying we have an industrialization crisis. It then has an impact, a trickle-down impact onto different industries in the country, which then results in us coming up with 0.8% growth or 1% economic growth, when as a country we need to be growing our economy at rates of 5 to 6% in order for us to tackle unemployment, in order for us to make sure that we have a country that works. Because right now we have to increasingly depend on imports, on things that we could actually make here, because we do have a competitive advantage as a country in the steel industry, in that a lot of these raw materials can be mined here, fabricated here, but we are not taking advantage of that. So we need to therefore, as DTIC, really put a peg on the ground and start swimming against the tide. The neoliberal policies that have been applied in this country are counter to the kind of problems that the country actually has. So I think we don't want to ask questions, really. I think we've had the presenters. I think as Mr. Chan says, as a committee, we need to sit down again and say, where to from here, Ku vadis? How do we assist the country to move forward as the Trade and Industry Portfolio Committee, and how do we engage with the DTIC a little bit more around the value chain analysis across a range of industries in order to turn the tide against stagnant and pedestrian economic growth that this country faces. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Mdluli, and I see Doron Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to lie. I've been covered by members that went before me. I think that we are all united in saying that what's happening to the industry is very, it's a travesty to put it simply. I noted the comments made by the Honorable Mkutu, and I agree with them. I agree that the government is definitely to blame for this. It's a great pity, to even say, because this industry is a crucial one, but I don't see the minister here, and there's two DMs who I also do not see in this meeting, which is a concern, because this industry is a crucial one, I know, as I've said, and the least that we can expect is for them to at least try to attend and hear the concerns of the players in the industry. I do note the attendance of the DG, but it would also be nice if the ministers and the minister and the deputies were there. But also, Chair, I think that blaming the government alone isn't sufficient. I think we have ourselves to blame as a committee, because I think it was Mr. Fine who spoke something to this effect, and I do agree with him wholeheartedly. I've engaged with some players that have presented. I won't name them, but no, and the concerns are there. Some of them we've seen their plans. We've gone there. We've engaged with them not only at boardroom but also on the ground to see their operations. And I can guarantee you, Chair, that this is a concern. And as a committee, we also have a role to play. And we shouldn't just blame the government, but we should also be playing a proactive role. I'm happy that the Honorable Mkutu mentioned that we can draft bills, and that that's the pressure that we should be putting, Chair. Because this is I can say just out of pure honesty that this is a mess that's waiting to happen, Chair. It's already started, but I think that we should be doing more to protect this industry. I will leave it there for now, Chair. I think that I've been broadly covered. Thanks.
Yes, Doron?
Chairperson, just in terms of procedure and stuff like that, the process is now is for members to participate and deliberate, Chair. I know Mr. Bonds is a part of the stakeholder industry.
Oh,
and
I
they may
see.
yeah, but it's
Okay.
not a member.
I thought,
So
yeah, I thought maybe the other party have brought new members. I would not have known. Okay, let's do
No.
that. And then members, can we see more hands so that we can conclude? We are doing well in terms of time so far.
Dr. Kigaba, Chair, raise his hand.
Yes, Dr. Kigaba.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think I join members in expressing appreciation for the presentations and the honesty with which the stakeholders have approached their presentations to the committee, because I think that type of candidness is the one we require to assist us both in terms of policy formulation as well as exercising oversight. Let me start by saying it's quite clear that here, perhaps start with what I would have ended with, that we need, as we were discussing yesterday, a whole of government approach. I don't expect that the DTIC will achieve the goals of industrial policy on its own, given the plethora of issues that we are facing that have been very ably highlighted in the various presentations. Among others, we need alignment at many levels between the state and industry, as well as between various policies of the state, which seem not to be communicating with one another. If, for example, you look at of the most recent data available, South Africa's infrastructure investment as a proportion of GDP is quite low. At one stage in the mid-70s, it was between 15 and 20%. And I think at another stage, it was at about 10%. And it's expected that the proportion of infrastructure investment, as a proportion of GDP, should at least be at 10%, which should assist to drive industrialization and grow the economy on a sustainable basis. Our rate of between 3 and 4% is even lower than the figures of 5 to 6% that many development economies consider necessary for sustainable growth and infrastructure renewal in emerging economies. Now, I align myself, therefore, with the view that we need to undergird our industrialization program on a massive infrastructure, state-led, SOE-led infrastructure investment, because only the state can create requisite volumes of new capital stock required to drive these goals of industrialization and sustainable growth. And we therefore, and that's why I'm emphasizing the importance of alignment at various levels. That's the issue that we must engage, the type of conversation we must engage with DTIC and be able to assist them. I know that at some point in 2024, late 2024, or was it early 2025, we had a discussion about how to assist them to ensure that SOEs do not abandon, retreat on the CSDP. And so the suggestion by industry of a reindustrialization conference has got to place the issue of infrastructure investments, the role of SOEs, CSDP, also at the center of that conference, so that we achieve the goals that we all seem to be aligned in seeking, including the issues Honorable Nkutu raised of import substitution, industrialization, and related issues. So my view, Chair, and in addition to that, we need to look at how do we take advantage of the African continent, our neighboring countries, the African continent as a partner, but also as a target for our industrialization of our manufactured goods, so that we are able to continue to improving industrialization in South Africa. So my view is that we have to support the issues which have been raised, to call for greater alignment. And some of the issues were raised yesterday in our discussions with National Treasury about how policies should assist us to achieve the goals of industrialization. But that alignment should also go to, to the state and industry, so that we don't speak at cross purposes. We say on the side of the state that we are executing an industrial strategy, and industry comes to say, but the gaps are glaring, and we are complaining. I hope that DG, you can engage industry to find this alignment, and be open and constructive in so doing, because I think the issues which they have raised are quite attainable, but my sense is that you will not attain them on your own. You will need us as the legislative arm of government, the legislative arm of the state, to support you in raising other aspects of this that you yourselves cannot be able to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there further hands from members?
No further hands at the moment, Chair.
Okay. I think there are some critical questions, DG and commissioners who are here, that will require the attention as raised by the sector. So the issue of policy certainty, I think it's a major issue that has been raised, and I hope as you respond, you need to take us into confidence as it relates to how is the new industrial policy linked to all the issues and challenges that are being raised by the industry, including issues that have been raised by the scrap sector, the issue raised on the tariffs on electricity, on safeguards, and all those kind of issues. So I think it will be important that you take us into confidence as it relates to those issues. But also just a response, all the presentations that have been made, they have sets of proposals, which in our view are sound, are legal. We want to also hear what is your take as it relates to the proposition that have been made with regard to those issues. And finally, on my side, is just to know where there are institutional or legislative challenges. What else do you think yourself and the committee should be put before the, and the commissions, what else should be put before the committee to ensure that we can enable legislation to take place? So if you can just take us into confidence in that, then we'll have then an opportunity to go back to the members to have their final, and then I will conclude with a way forward in terms of what we think must happen here. I just want to say to members of the steel sector, Parliament is not a talk show. It's got constitutional, legal prescript that defines our work. We also have our own rules of the National Assembly that are very specific in terms of what we can and we cannot do. And we've got quite a number of examples So I don't want you to leave this meeting. I know that you are disappointed. It's been 13 years, but this is our second meeting with you, even though we're a successor-in-law. We have been able to push in certain areas quite a number of issues, and I think that we are very passionate. I'm sure you can hear from the members about industrialization and the steel industry and some of the issues that you've raised quite succinctly. So don't think that you've wasted the time that you are here, and we'll conclude with those issues. I'll now hand over to the DTIC and your entities to respond first. Thank you.
Chair, members, and the stakeholders from the sector, thank you for the opportunity. We do have individuals who will respond to some of the direct issues that were raised. Commissioner Aya will speak to the trade measures side of things, and then Mr. Makube will look at the industrial policy side of things. The assertion by this committee that industrialization and economic growth are not the sole mandate of the DTIC. We take the responsibility entrusted on us from a policy point of view quite seriously, and we apply ourselves throughout the process when we do so. But there are many of the issues that I heard being raised today that sit in the purview of other government departments. And even before the committee commences in its own efforts to assist the department in resolving the areas that require other departments to contribute, we as a department are already engaged with many of those departments. And in fact, try to get them to align with the industrial policy and its objectives at the time. So whether it is pharmaceuticals, whether it is steel, whether it is health, any of the issues that you see opportunities for industrialization that are being, compromised by either SOEs not complying with the localization requirements or just the national departments themselves, we do engage with them. But we will indeed appreciate the committee's assistance and support in this regard. You have other things that are compromising this sector, issues of illicit trade as well, feature that would sit in the broader security cluster and other departments, and the evasion of what is due to the state to the disadvantage of those who are paying would sit in the purview of entities like SARS, customs, depending on what you are administering. So we take the comments that were made. Chair, we also probably would want to say that we should accept that in an industrial landscape as complex as that of South Africa, we will never make everyone happy. There will be winners and there will be losers. And our role as the DTIC is to conceptualize, map, and implement an industrial policy that is in the best national interest of this country, its economy, and its citizens. And the responsibility of industry is to find ways of alignment within the value chains and the linkages of the work that the department is doing, ensuring that they contribute within that value chain. So while we will have to make trade-offs, and this is exactly what the president impressed upon us when we were presenting the industrial strategy in cabinet, we were actually sent back and told, go and make trade-offs, make choices about what parts of this economy you are going to be focusing on. So while we have to make trade-offs, we recognize that there's a competitive struggle within this sector, between different technologies, between different interests, all of which are forming part of the same value chain. But as government, we are interested in maximizing the linkages, as I was saying, from mining to chemicals to manufacturing. Case in point, Chair, while everyone here is talking that we should be beneficiating and having value-added manufacturing in the country, just yesterday when the industrial strategy was seen by others, the provisions for beneficiation being enabled through instruments envisaged in the industrial strategy were already being imposed. So it all depends about who is sitting on which side of a specific decision and measure, and how they perceive that to affect them as a narrow sectorial interest that they would have. Not that we are going to dismiss those, but we will have to engage and try to understand how to optimally align within the sector. And we will be looking at maximizing leakages, value addition, particularly downstream return that is not that big on its own. So you need economies of scales enabled by those exports. And where economic activities align to that, we will support them, including within the circular economy, which we have started a process of formalizing. We will enable that for circular economy in an effort to make as few people unhappy as possible, understanding that we can't make everyone happy. Consultation-wise, Chair, this sector enjoys the attention of the highest of the higher office in the department, minister chairs and EOC, and we will ensure that in that executive oversight committee, we take on these issues that were raised here. So even before the committee comes back, the earliest possible opportunity based on minister's schedule and what we have pre-planned for the year, we will have interaction with the sector and take some of the views that are coming from here and blend them in that discussion with the minister. Having said that, I would like to ask maybe Dr. Makube to come in first and address some of the industrial policy point of view, including policy uncertainty. And then we can ask Commissioner Flowey to come after him. And I will just check if there's something else that may need to be addressed by a different member of the team. With your permission, Chair, I would like to hand over Dr. Makube.
Thank you, DJ, and members for the questions. Just to respond briefly and broadly is that, members, we are having a macroeconomic problem in the country. It's not only the steel issue. So if you look at what drives growth in South Africa and the composition of our GDP, you'll then realize that services sector makes about 65% of the economy in the country, and it's growing at the back of imports, right? GDP itself is driven by the finance sector, business, including government services. So there are no tradable sectors in the driving growth, and tradable sectors meaning what we can export as the country, of which the steel industry finds itself amongst that. So the point of emphasis is that we are growing at the back of imports, all right? And the industrial development strategy, which has now been tabled, I think it's been tabled in Parliament today, advocates for structural changes in the economy, all right, to support sectors where we can export, including steel, autos, and other sectors where the export component is very high. So this it's a context and it's an historical issue. So the point being that, yes, we are supporting the steel industry. There are interventions that have been made. The presentation I made makes an emphasis that we have intervened in supporting the mini mills. Rightfully so, it was raised that the IDC is an investor in some of the mini mills. We have intervened in AMSA. We provided funding to AMSA to delay the closure of Newcastle. We are still engaging with AMSA because it's a critical part of the industry through the IDC. We have passed trade remedies, and the Chief Commissioner will explain better on that, in support and protecting the industry. We are the ones who have been pushing public procurement since 2011. We know that due to the Constitutional Court judgment, the preferential procurement regulations were set aside. Now there is a gap, or legal, what you call a lacuna, where local content is not a compulsory requirement. We are engaging where there are tenders as the DTIC to make sure that organs of state support locally manufactured products. And hopefully Treasury will finalize the gazette and the regulations so that the Public Procurement Act is gazetted, and will then make local content compulsory in support of the industry. But broadly, again, Chair, through localization, is that we, in downstream industries, given the closure of the Longs plant in Newcastle, we are now expanding and diversifying the suppliers of steel components to the auto industry. I know that some of the companies are now being accredited to supply those products to the auto industry, which is key also for us to support downstream beneficiation and localization of products. So that must be noted, Chair. But I also want to go back to the issue of billets. It is us, Chair, who presented last year to the committee that we see diversion between the investments in the sector and consumption. So that, there's a diversion between the two. We see the investments are growing, but consumption is not growing. Therefore, the issue is what drives the investments and what is it that we are exporting. And the issue of billets came out. We are in discussion with the industry. There is a view that billets are processed scrap. Therefore, we need to intervene. We will do that. It's something that we have considered. And it's a point that we are taking. On the other issue, so you can also see, Chair, that the industry itself is polarized. When the minister engaged with the industry last year, the question was raised, what do you want the government to do? There was no response. We then took that role that will provide solutions, right? One was on the review of the PPS and the export tax on scrap. Now, if you are to support mini mills, and again, the issue has been raised that we are supporting oligarchs, and that's not the intention. But if you are to support the mini mills, because of the economic value that they bring into the country, you need to have access to scrap. It's being done globally. And we have seen that other countries, there's a huge demand for the importation of scrap. And that is why the issue of mini mills. But we need to protect downstream beneficiation. And we are doing that. Some sectors of the industry are not happy because of the decisions to support that. I agree that there might be inefficiencies. Other players in the industry might be carrying the burden of the tax itself. And that's why there is a review and the minister will then take a decision on how then to support the industry and make sure that there is fairness to all the players. But the principal position is that we must have access to scrap if we are to then produce steel from using the arc furnaces, the electric arc furnaces. So that's a principal decision, Chair. We cannot allow a free export of scrap in its raw form as well as process. So we are dealing with that. The other issue that has been raised on the transmission development plan, I've indicated that we are working with Eskom, the IDC, to make sure that the South African manufacturers benefit out of that huge investment that the state is making. But lastly, on my side, Chair, is also to emphasize that as we are reviewing performance in the industry, our focus is that we want to increase aggregate demand. Yes, the state plays a very important role in anchoring that demand, but also must not forget the role of the private sector, which is investing in infrastructure. You know, the malls are being built, human settlements are being built. Where is the steel coming from? We can't, therefore, when we discuss this business and support measures for the sector, exclude the private sector from a demand side. So aggregate demand, for us to support it, we need both the private sector and the public sector, noting that the public sector is an anchor. Lastly, I want to address the rail issue, which I think we need a special discussion on rail. Yes, it's a consumer of steel products, but there are certain policies taken in the sector, members, to resolve one issue of the incapacity of Transnet to move freight on time and efficiently. And we have allowed for private participation in order to bring the necessary competition and lower the prices in the rail and the freight sector. But the main issue there is that there is no requirement for local manufacturing of rolling stock by the players. All right. And therefore, what we are seeing is that some of the suppliers there are importing second-hand wagons and locomotives into the country. We have dealt with that, including ITEC. But that's the problem that needs to be managed. Because if we don't intervene as government, we are going to adversely affect the rail manufacturing industry. So we are resolving one problem on the other side, but from a manufacturing point of view, we'll be killing the rail manufacturing industry and the steel industry if we don't put the requirements for manufacturing. We have written letters to the Department of Transport to engage with them on that issue because it's creating a problem. But yeah, and broadly, we are dealing with these matters. They are complex matters. Trade-offs will have to be taken, but broadly, it's a public choice decision, making sure that there is economic benefit to the South African economy and the population. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, just a slight correction, DDG Magube. I didn't hear anyone from the industry who's retreating. So we shouldn't have that. I heard people saying that there are policy failures. So that's the first thing that you need to conceptualize. The second thing is that we are dealing with steel sector and its contribution, and by no means we are comparing it with anything. We have master plans. Last week we were dealing with sugar. We didn't downplay the role and contribution to say, no, look, service sector is more important than you. We shouldn't speak like that. Let's deal with policy failures and contradictions that are before us specifically for this sector so that we are clear what we're doing. Because I can tell you, you can go ahead with your service sector. If the primary sectors are not protected in South Africa, there will be nothing to for the service sector to showcase about. So I think let's be sensitive about the things we say, because these are formal engagements and we've got to be seized with sector-specific issues based on the plan. So all what the industry is saying to us, they are policy failures. They are not just stopping there. They are saying, here are the proposals. I'm not even hearing you entertaining one of their proposals. And then I must think you've responded to us. That's very ridiculous. Please, DG. Let's go to the entities. Maybe you will then formulate proper answers to come back to us. Competition Commission or ITech first?
No, manibulele sihlalo, manibulele lithuba. Silifumanayo lokuba sike sihlomle nathi kwezi ngxaki nemicelimngeni ejongene nemveliso yeentsimbi nezinyithi. And thank the opportunity for us to reflect briefly on some of the issues that have been raised. And maybe as we do so, Chair, it may be helpful for us to start with the policy frame, because a lot of our work and a lot of the references that have been made to that work and the candid assessment of it has to be located within a particular policy context. The industrial development strategy that was adopted by Cabinet over the last few days sets out two very specific areas in relation to the future of steel. The first is a steel value chain roadmap that sets out the terms of the diversification of the technologies, blast furnace vis-a-vis electric arc furnace, and of course the diversification of the product mix, the type of steels that you produce and their uses and downstream applications. It also set out the development of the downstream as a policy goal, if I could say that. It similarly also set out the review of the protective framework, tariff reviews, trade remedies, anti-dumping, safeguards, countervailing, import controls, and so on. And it also set out the reform of the PPS as a form of export control measures, or the export tax, and then lastly, some demand-side intervention. So that's the first leg and policy pin that it sets out, and for the benefit of the members, it's set out in page 18 of that report, or that strategy. And in page 7 of the same strategy, there's also a commitment to mainstream the circularity or the interest of the circular economy in steel, and the implications of both set of these interventions for the kind of export markets we can access or not. The CBAM comes into play there if you want to engage the greening of steel. But similarly, there are other problems in our export markets that are making it difficult. If you take the European Union, the announcement of Article 28 and the current negotiations that are underway there represent a demand shock were they to proceed in the manner that the European Union envisages. Now, Parliament, having ratified 10 years ago the Economic Partnership Agreement, may wish to reflect on to what extent those moves under the same GATT that Parliament ratified in 1996 erode the bilateral preferences that we enjoy into that market, and what ideally the executive ought to do. I think, seeing as everyone is giving homework to the portfolio committee, I think that is the piece of homework that we would certainly suggest in our observation, if indeed we wish to do something on the demand side as well. I wanted to say that to come to the point that has been raised on the steel review, noting the very mixed comments that we've received, but to also inform the committee that indeed we have concluded the Chapter 72 and 73 aspects of that review that relate to the raising of duties and the provision of specific rebate measures where we have lost or do not have the capability to produce that steel. There are other elements that are still outstanding. Let me list those. They are namely import control on some of the steel products that have a bearing on animal, plant, human health and safety. There is also the proposal, in line with the observation that industry is making, that we probably need much more inclusive engagement with the people who are actually producing the steel, casting it, molding it, welding it, fabricating it in general. And the Commission proposed a Section 14 committee in line with Act 71 of 2002 that would allow industry and other social partners an active role in advising the Commission and the Minister in a formal sense, documented, part of the public file in terms of some of the work that we do, but as it relates to steel, whether that is basic iron and steel, general machinery, and other casted metal work. I think it's important for us to note that. The second is that some of the issues being raised on the PPS, as Dr. Makube has said, are part and parcel of what is being reviewed currently. And I do wish to say that the PPS is an export control measure issued in line with Section 6 by the Minister. Many have correctly asserted that it's been around for 13 years. The assessment of the PPS must not start by saying you need to jettison the PPS. The assessment of the PPS must start with saying, what is our assessment if indeed we want to decarbonize how it is that we make steel, which is what the Industrial Development Strategy is saying. What then is the corresponding series of export control and other interventions that may ensure that you have a proper calibration of rents in that market, but you also have competitive and enabling access to that as feedstock for those who may produce steel of a lower emissions content. It can't be, that it has to be a much more engaged discussion with all of the interests that are affected by the scrap policy and export controls on scrap. And Dr. Makube is correct. Other countries, you watch the budget speech of the Indian finance minister, China, Turkey as the largest seaborne importer of scrap, are even creating measures to make the importation of scrap easier, because they recognize that the technological shift underway in steel will require increasingly higher volumes of scrap. And so our scrap policy is not in autarky or in isolation to those developments, but it actually unfolds in a shifting global context. Let me just also make the point, lastly, Chair, if you will, that the work on the trade measures is not just in relation to securing export demand, dealing with the tariffs and trade remedies, but there's also exploration underway of some of the other technical specifications and standards and non-tariff measures that can ensure that you do not have a regulatory arbitrage that ends up eating into the market share or encroaching into the market share of the domestic industry. And that work is underway and will inform our surveillance and import control work arising from the steel review. Lastly, we are aware of the challenge. I don't think anybody needs to explain to us the depth of the employment losses, for argument's sake, in the basic iron and steel sector. End of 2009, Chair, by the quarterly employment statistics, you had over 50,000 people employed in basic iron and steel. There's less than 25,000 now, 23,178 by December of last year. The capacity utilization data is showing us that you've halved utilization over a very short period in the post-COVID moment. And all of these challenges do require, as Honorable Gama correctly says, some reconsideration of to what extent the WTO rules, as the discussion is saying, are adequate. Many of the industry on the line in the steel review said to us there is an emergency that no 15% or at best in downstream products, 30% bounded duty can help me with. I probably need much greater protection because of the structural overcapacity. Now, that presents a complication not just to the executive, but to Parliament having ratified the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. Do we need to go back and reconcession or review or reconsider the concessions we made under the WTO? These are some of the questions that I'm not sure the characterization or the moniker of widespread policy failure can adequately or extensively capture. I think it's slightly a lot more complicated and complex than that. And so to other demand problems downstream. We've seen massive decline in all the indicators of demand and the mainline demand in construction. 62% of almost all of our steel goes, according to SAICI, into construction. Yet the building plans passed and approved by large metros, the capital expenditure that Dr. Gigaba was referring to, Honorable Gigaba, the household, private sector, and even a public sector investment in the construction of new assets declining over a considerable amount of time. So there are many pieces to this puzzle. But all of them, I think we must welcome, ought to come together with the aid and the assistance of the Portfolio Committee. And we look forward to some of those engagements, for instance, along the product verticals that are designated, to try and understand to what extent, as the new Procurement Act in Section 20 is saying, what then will be the impact on the imported material that comes in, and how it is that we make that particular assessment. Maybe I should pause there, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Competition Commission.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So from the Competition Commission, we do acknowledge the concerns and the comments that have been made by the industry. We've had a couple of cases that we have worked on in the industry over time, and we have been responsive in terms of our tools that we have within the institution. We also have planned proactive work in the industry, which we hope would assist. And we do agree that there's a greater need for alignment and collaboration, as the DG has communicated. And we are in engagements with some of our entities within the DTIC to ensure that we are aligned with respect to that. I also just want to emphasize that steel is in the priority sectors of the Competition Commission. We are looking at it under our prioritization under industrial sector. And we do have some ideas that we want to move forward in that sector. And some of them we will discuss within the team and within the DTIC. And also with respect to the proposals that have been made, we will also look into them thoroughly and see how best can we contribute and assist the steel industry. Thank you.
DG, you probably wanna come back for the next 2 minutes then, and then we will go back to the industry. We'll start with the hand that we had stopped earlier. DG?
Yes, Chair, we'll give Dr. Makube another bite from a perceived failure point of view. Dr. Makube.
Chair, maybe let me also apologize for the misinterpretation. What I'm raising is that we have to support the industry, right? And also deal with the importation of products in South Africa as a result of the growing services sector, because that creates the macroeconomic problems for us. So that's why I was putting context to this. And I take the point raised by the participants here. There was a proposal that we made with the Wires Association, and also it is the of most of the participants here, the Wires Association indicated that it's enjoying the support, even though the imports are growing, but we will engage with it. The recyclers, we are engaging with the recyclers. There was a meeting that was supposed to be held with the Competition Commission to review the complaint raised by Ms. Strachan on the Recycling Association. We are working with that. And also on the, as I've indicated, the trade remedies, we have approved about 10 of them in support of the industry. So, Chair, I did indicate that the Minister is sitting with the recommendations on the review of the export tax. As you might know that AMSA made a submission that we have to review it. We have made proposal to the Minister, and once the decision has been taken, we will make that notification clear, including the work that has been done by the ITEC on the PPS. And again, We will having a meeting on the EOC sometime next month. They're waiting for the minister to give us the date, and the industry will be invited for us to continue on some of the discussions that we are having today, and also on the proposals that the minister is considering. But lastly, then, Chair, is that we will be participating in the committee process to support the industry. Will surely be coming to you on the industrial development strategy. We have about critical sectors, which we are saying that government must support. One premier is the steel, autos, pharmaceutical industries. And just to report to you that the president has indicated that will chair the implementation committee of the industrial development strategy, of which the steel industry is part of the implementation plan. Thank you very much, Chair.
DG, I think there's one question that is directed to you and the team, whether or not when you are putting together the now approved industrial policy for South Africa, did you or did you not consult the industry? Because there seemed to be a complete disjoint. And I know Commissioner Tsawe tried to make a relationship, and then I could hear him, but I just want you to perhaps just assist us, because this is an official meeting, to get a sense whether or not there was stakeholder engagement and the sector was engaged, and then we'll then move over to the person who had raised her hand, Andre, immediately after the teaching.
Chair, this policy has actually taken more than 2 years to put together, and sadly, I'm doing what I would have hated to do. Chair did speak to the committee being successors entitled, which I am equally duly held to. What I do know, Chair, is that the individual and constituent elements of this policy based on
DG, can you please speak up? Your voice is very faint. Can you get closer to the mic?
I am as close, Chair, as I can be, unless member Chance, by some chance, is having challenges with the technical aspects, but I'm quite close, Chair. Or are other members experiencing the same? Maybe I should check that. Apologies, Chair.
No, we can hear you. Maybe member Chance try and increase the volume.
It seems to be better now. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So as I say, Chair, the policy has been in the making for the last 2 years, if not more. And I know that the constituent elements of the policy itself, elements of decarbonization, elements of diversification, have been discussed with different sectors at different times. And I know that in the EOCs that we have had with the sector, where opportunity did arise for us to share some of the thinking of evolving policies, that has been done. But in order to answer you more directly, and with probably someone who can give us dates and venues if such consultations did happen, Dr. Makube, were there any direct, policy-related?
Chair, there was consultation with business. I'm not sure about the specific sector, but we do have a list of the consultations that were undertaken. So we can make that list available to the committee as well, including academia, NEDLEC, and other sectors of the industry. The list is available.
Yeah, can you please share administratively the list, because we don't want to second guess the policy. Because what we had today is like probably there was no consultation with this specific sector. And I'm not saying that to expect to, but the sectors that have got master plans probably are the basis in which we then said, let's have an all-encompassing industrial strategy for South Africa. But for now, I'll leave it here if you can send the list so that we can share with members. And then let me start with a person who had raised the hand, and then I'll then go back to the association, give you not more than between 3 to 5 minutes to comment, and then we conclude.
Cheers, Mr. Doron Barnes. Chair, was it?
Yes, Mr. Barnes. Yes, Mr. Barnes, you had raised your hand. Apologies. Please be mindful of the time as well.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. And I just want to say there have been some successes in the policies that have been put forward. We have had some industrial development, and SCORE is one of the businesses that has developed, as Mark Jones indicated earlier, a world-class steel manufacturing facility, which I would really suggest, and I'd like to take the opportunity to invite you, whoever would like to join us, and to see what we have achieved. The biggest problem that we're facing is and has been mentioned before, is if we look at the import stats, the real numbers are the importation of steel coming into the country, and it's not about the price that it's not about the price that the local market is charging for the steel. We're charging a slightly higher price or a slightly lower price in some cases than the international market. But by taking away the volume of steel that is available to the local market and replacing it with imports takes away the ability of the local market to produce steel cost effectively for the industry. The issue around demand, we have demand for steel, but a lot of that steel is being imported. SCORE does not make galvanized product. There are 3 manufacturers of galvanized, and I'm talking flat products in our country. There are 3 very capable manufacturers. All of them are about to close down because of the importation of galvanized steel, flat products into the country. It's Safal, it's ArcelorMittal, and it's a DSP in Cape Town. Those 3 companies, and I'm not conflicted because I do not make that product, but I want the portfolio committee to be aware that product is being imported into the country, and it's because of the importation of that product. It's coming in a lot of cases without duty, a lot of cases underdeclared, and the result of that is putting severe pressure on those manufacturers to the extent that they don't want to invest or manufacture, in some cases, in South Africa anymore. So we've had some wins. We've got to close out the loopholes that have allowed the illicit trade to take a shape in South Africa. Close out the loopholes and make sure that the local demand is being supplied by the local manufacturers. The green steel side of things, and I know the scrap guys, the recyclers in the industry, it's a very difficult point where you're talking about some winners and losers. But what I ask the portfolio committee and government as such, give us policy certainty on what you want us to do. If you give us policy certainty on what you want us to do, the industry will do that. If you want, so again, if we want to import steel, we will import steel as an industry. If you want to export scrap, we can export scrap as an industry. But we can manufacture steel in South Africa. We can do. We've had a lot of engagements as an industry with Eskom recently, who are looking at giving us competitive electricity prices. The member Chance made comments about an efficient manufacturing environment. Policy decision will give us, if policy decides to give us an opportunity to manufacture our product efficiently, we can do. And I want to leave it with that, with the view that SA Inc. has manufactured significant quantities of quality steel in the past, and we can do that in the future. So if you give
As you,
policy
as you
certainty,
conclude, please, as you conclude.
yeah, thank you. If you give us policy certainty and direction of what you want, industry will do what we are directed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now allow the industry between 3 and 5 minutes? Just your final comment, please don't be long so that we can close the meeting properly.
Chair, shall we proceed in a way that they presented, Chair, then just to manage it?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, please do the timing so that we don't exceed. Thanks.
Will do.
Andre, can you please assist?
Chair, it will be Sir Isa, Chair, will be the first to comment, Chair, if they wish to do so, Chair. Mr.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. I think it was a very insightful meeting today, and I think many of the issues that we've addressed are quite pertinent right through the supply chain. I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you so much.
Chair Sipsa is the next, Chair.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Chair, from our end, it's also just to thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing us. We value this opportunity. A number of organizations had put up their hands to say, should you need a convening body also to assist with bringing industry participants together, we are also putting our hands up to assist with that process as well. Nothing more, Chair. Thank you.
Chair ISF, Chair. Mr. Van Niekerk or Mr. Van Tonder.
Let me take this one. It seems like my colleague is busy at the moment. Nothing to add from our side. It was a really insightful engagement today, and we look forward to a response on some of the specific proposals that we have made, specifically support for the export industry and the entities like ourselves and others who presented here today to put our case in front of decision makers across the world who will employ our steel fabricators to construct their mines and other infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Chair, the next will be Sawa, Chair.
I want to take out of this, government is now aware of all the challenges that all the committees have put forward. There's various challenges, and what we need now is action. And we want to state from industry side, we are there to support government and make sure we fix the steel industry and get to a level where we actually become a positive contributor to creating jobs and changing the future of this country. Thank you.
Chair, Score Metal next, Chair.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you very much, and thanks to the committee for the constructive engagement. It was really insightful, and I personally take a lot of encouragement out of the conversations that have been held, and the fact that this committee will ensure that this process is moved in the right direction. Mr. Chair, it's always hard in an environment where there are winners and losers. My only prayer is that the decisions that are made are absolutely in the best interest of this country, its people, and the future in mind, squarely building systems and regulatory environments that will support this country well into the future. Thank you.
Arya, Chair.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think this is our second round coming to the committee, and our expectation is that the next time we come to report, we bring you good news, only that the sector is recovering. Chair, I also want to say that the 250 million tons per annum cannot be the basis of importation, but we must always choose the people of this country. Efficiency is good, but not at the expense of our reindustrialization. Chair, the African Rail Industry Association is a finalist at the Top Empowered Company for localization. And we would not be where we are and get the recognition if it was not of the support of the DTIC. And I'm sure they are tired of my emails and my telephone calls. Chair, the Africa we want, we have to build it ourselves. And in the name of Hendrik van der Bijl, we must carry on. Thank you, Chair.
The next is Tiasa, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity and for the constructive engagement with industry. I think just in closing, a few months ago, the steel industry had engagements with SARS. It wasn't part of the presentation with SARS. It was themed the illicit economy. And basically at the end of that session, the steel industry had basically offered resources that SARS had asked for. So we had committed that we would be able to basically provide resources from industry, from basically sort of assisting a forensic view, also basically assisting customs, but obviously within an acceptable legal framework. So we really do hope that SARS takes us up on that offer. Thank you.
Chair, the Recycling Association, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you to the Portfolio Committee for listening to us today. We've heard lots about winners and losers today, and that there has to be, a collection of either. We would like to just remind, governments when making these policies that for every 1 ton of scrap melted, it takes 100 people to collect, source, process. So we're talking of a ratio of 1 person to melt to 100 people employed to collect, process, sort, and get this material to the melters. Having said that, when policy is considered, we would also like to remind everyone that suppressing the price of a commodity does not increase the supply of it. It suppresses it. There's an abundance of scrap. It's down to a policy that suppresses more than 500,000 formal and informal collectors in that sector. We hope that those aren't the losers. Thank you.
Chair, and the last group is the Scrap Recycling Coalition, Mr. Fine. Thanks.
All right, just confirm you can hear me.
We can hear you, Mr.
Yes.
Fine.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I'll just in brief reiterate, I suppose, when it comes to winners and losers, and use that as a prism to reiterate what I mentioned early on. And that is that the thing that you really have to understand is that scrap steel is melted to make specific products. It is not something which is used to make a SABS standard flat sheet, for example, or to be used in automobiles. It's simply a totally different product. You need iron ore or virgin material to make those kind of products. So we don't import products that are made from scrap steel. So there's no substitution that we could by providing cheaper scrap. Give the advantage to the mini mills to make it here. All that's happening is, as I said earlier, that you have a massive, massive transfer of 78 billion rand over the last 13 years into the hands of a few. The actual scrap itself that used to be exported is essentially now just being melted into billets, or as we refer to it, scrap 2.0. It adds no value, it just exports electricity, as Mr. Chant said, and there's no downstream benefit that accrues. So you need to separate steel, as in flat steel, from scrap-based steel products. They are totally separate things. So you could have a situation where you don't need to have winners or losers because it's a totally different market application. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chant raise his hand.
Yes, Mr. Chant. Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Chant.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. I just want to pick up on a comment that Dr. Makubi made earlier, where he said that billets represent a diversion between investment and consumption, or presumably a lack thereof. And he made the point that the industry is polarized. And I think it's true that the industry is polarized, and it's inevitable because contrary to what he says that the DTIC is supporting the steel industry. The trouble is that it's not true that it's supporting the whole industry. It's supporting some parts of the industry at the expense of others. And the problem is that when you put into place an incentive or a tax, it creates inertia in the system. And the inertia then dependency, and the dependency then becomes very difficult to withdraw that incentive from, because it requires, as we've said, the tough decisions. Jobs will be lost, or there's going to have to be a restructuring of the industry. So I think this is where my cautionary words come in here, is that the IC should be focusing on creating an environment in which all businesses can compete on a level playing field, and that the demand for products is stimulated in such a way that it is not distorting markets. What we've seen over the last 13 years, and probably earlier than that, is that there are businesses individually and sectors that have been supported at the expense of others. And I think what I'd like this committee to do is to go back to basics and look at what, as I said earlier, the industry requires to thrive, to compete, to innovate, and to support jobs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Chance. Colleagues, I think we have come to the end of our meeting. As you know, that today's meeting was a follow-up meeting from our meeting as a committee, which was held on the 4th of June, 2025, with the steel industry stakeholders on the implementation of the Steel and Metal Fabrication Master Plan. The committee's main concern is the sector's continued decline due to global competition, policy misalignment, weak demand, poor logistic, high production cost, including electricity, as well as the weak network industries and declining investment in this specific sector. This has led to a decline in industry, which is often a great concern for our country, where there is a high level of unemployment coupled with low growth. Therefore, there is a need for a clear, coordinated, state-led strategy and intervention to stabilize and revive this particular industry. In this meeting, a number of issues have been raised, including, for instance, the impact on climate change mitigation. Export markets are changing to low carbon steel manufacturing processes, while the local industry remain carbon intensive. As noted by the TTIC, this requires South Africa to invest in low carbon steel technologies. So there's a lot of work that must be done there. Secondly, the lack of localization is harming the industry. Government should commit to localization and fully implement the localization policies, and as per some of the proposals that have come up here. The scrap metal, with regard to scrap metal, current policies, including the PPS and export control, are perceived to be harming recycling and labor, which is labor-intensive sectors. So some work has to be done. I'm happy that Commissioner Kawe has reacted some work, so we'll have to do some necessary follow-up with regard to this. With regard to import control, policy should be engaged we should engage the industry on the policy, particularly of issues of manufacturing. Support for the industry. There is a need for a targeted support which is considered for all players, including manufacturing, recycling, etc. So these are some of the issues. And we also have to note as a committee that there has been some progress that has been reported, particularly by the DTIC, that over 10 trade measures, including safeguard, tariff investigation, rebates, anti-dumping reports process, and some implemented. There's also been negotiations to reduce electricity tariffs, which is awaiting approval from NERSA as well as ESCOM. Sector desk involving the EU trade negotiations on steel. The EU's safeguard measure are set to expire by 30 June 2026. We'll obviously have to follow up to say beyond that, what then becomes an issue. On AMSA, it was reported that ArcelorMittal Group and ArcelorMittal South Africa and IDC continues to engage in this respect for the potential transaction. What we want to emphasize here as a committee is that whatever happened, the steel AMSA must be saved, steel sector must be saved, but also we must ensure that as we conclude the negotiations, this was one of the great state entity. We have to transform it and ensure that we effect transformation even in that in this area. The other issue is that there has been progress on the implementation of custom duties and other trade remedies, and we will require a detailed report in this regard so that we are able to come up with. So what we are recommending as the committee is that we need to resolve the electricity pricing. So this is one urgent matter that must be addressed urgently. So we'll do everything on our side to ensure that we call a joint committee first, but secondly, we encourage the executive to meet and conclude so that we're able to give feedback to the industry. The second recommendation is to enforce local content on all government infrastructure spend without fail and without delay. So it has to be done immediately. We'll have to engage with whoever that is responsible. And also we are directing the officials to work with the executive to make sure that this is realized. Supporting the downstream manufacturing capacity through FDI lending and incentive is another recommendation we're making. Tighten enforcement, particularly import controls, is another recommendation we're making, and would want the teams to be doing work around that. Convene a rail reindustrialization compact led by the executive so that we can follow the discussion in terms of what are the issues that are being picked up there. Then develop subsector master plan, e.g. wire subsector component within the master plan so that we are able to trace each and every sector. And finally, we want to say that we view this sector as a collective sector, not as winners and losers, important, not important, and. So we want to make sure that we can do that. So we do need some quick wins, which in our view that engaging ESCOM with regard to the issues of transmission line and their supply chain process is one critical area that we'll have to look at. And so if we can do that, I think it will be a good starting point, but also implement some of the things that have been raised here. We will obviously look into all the proposals, look what is within the legal framework, and also secondly propose what needs to be effected in terms of the changes. We have a new industrial policy. We do need DG to probably at the level of executive to go and engage and then get some of the issues that are being raised by the industry. And finally, we note all the proposals that have been made, because this is the only way we can build a future of South Africa if we make forward proposals than to constantly criticize each other. With those few words, I would like now to adjourn the meeting and thank all the stakeholders from the steel sector and related sectors. Thank the department, thank the commissions that are here, thank members of the media, and finally thank members of the portfolio committee. I think that we have had a successful meeting, which must be anchored by follow-ups from everyone. I then officially declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleague. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.